Yoga is the practice of trying to stop these thoughts by thinking about them until the utter futility of the process is felt so vividly that it simply drops away, and the mind discovers its natural and unconfused state. It is obvious, however, that both etymologies give us the same essential meaning. Nirvana is the way of life which ensues when clutching at life has come to an end. Insofar as all definition is clutching, nirvana is necessarily indefinable. It is the natural, unself-grasped state of the mind. And here, of course, the mind has no specific meaning, for what is not grasped is not known in the conventional sense of knowledge. More popularly and literally understood, nirvana is the disappearance of the being from the round of incarnations, not into the state of annihilation, but simply into a state escaping definition, and thus immeasurable and infinite. To attain nirvana is also to attain Buddhahood, awakening. But this is not attainment in any ordinary sense, because no acquisition and no motivation are involved. It is impossible to desire nirvana or to intend to reach it, for anything desirable or conceivable as an object of action is, by definition, not nirvana. Nirvana can only arise unintentionally, spontaneously, when the impossibility of self-grasping has been thoroughly perceived. A Buddha, therefore, is a man of no rank. He is not above, like an angel. He is not below, like a demon. He does not appear anywhere in the 6 divisions of the round, and it would be mistaken to think of him as superior to the angels. For the law of the round is that what goes up must come down, and vice versa. He has transcended all dualities whatsoever, and thus it would mean nothing to him to think of himself as a superior person or a spiritual success. The fourth noble truth describes the eightfold path of the Buddha's Dharma, that is, the method or doctrine whereby self-frustration is brought to an end. Each section of the path has a name preceded by the word samyak, Pali sama, which has the meaning of perfect or complete. The first 2 sections have to do with thought, the following 4 have to do with action, and the final 2 have to do with contemplation or awareness. We therefore have 1. Samyak drishti, or complete view, 2. Samyak sankalpa, or complete understanding, 3. Samyak vak, or complete, that is, truthful speech, 4. Samyak karmanta, or complete action, 5. Samyak ajiva, or complete vocation, 6. Samyak dhyayama, or complete application, 7. Samyak smriti, or complete recollectedness, 8. Samyak samadhi, or complete contemplation. Without discussing these sections in detail, it may simply be said that the first 2 are concerned with a proper understanding of the doctrine and of the human situation. In some ways, the first section, complete view, contains all the others, since the method of Buddhism is above all the practice of clear awareness, of seeing the world, yatha bhutan, just as it is. Such awareness is a lively attention to one's direct experience, to the world as immediately sensed, so as not to be misled by names and labels. Samyak samadhi, the last section of the path, is the perfection of the first, signifying pure experience, pure awareness, wherein there is no longer the dualism of the knower and the known. The sections dealing with action are often misunderstood because they have a deceptive similarity to a system of morals. Buddhism does not share the Western view that there is a moral law enjoined by God or by nature, which it is man's duty to obey. The Buddha's precepts of conduct, abstinence from taking life, taking what is not given, exploitation of the passions, lying, and intoxication, are voluntarily assumed rules of expediency, the intent of which is to remove the hindrances to clarity of awareness. Failure to observe the precepts produces bad karma, not because karma is a law or moral retribution, but because all motivated and purposeful actions, whether conventionally good or bad, are karma insofar as they are directed to the grasping of life. Generally speaking, the conventionally bad actions are rather more grasping than the good, but the higher stages of Buddhist practice are as much concerned with disentanglement from good karma as from bad. Thus, complete action is ultimately free, uncontrived, or spontaneous action, in exactly the same sense as the Taoist Wu Wei. Smriti, recollectedness, and samadhi, contemplation, constitute the section dealing with the life of meditation, the inner mental practice of the Buddha's way. Complete recollectedness is a constant awareness or watching of one's sensations, feelings, and thoughts, without purpose or comment. It is a total clarity and presence of mind, actively passive, wherein events come and go like reflections in a mirror. Nothing is reflected except what is. In walking, standing, sitting, or lying down, he understands that he is so doing, so that, however his body is engaged, he understands it just as it is. In setting out or returning, In looking before or around, in bending or stretching his arm, he acts with clear awareness. Through such awareness, it is seen that the separation of the thinker from the thought, the knower from the known, the subject from the object, is purely abstract. There is not the mind on the one hand, and its experiences on the other. There is just a process of experiencing in which there is nothing to be grasped as an object, and no one as a subject to grasp it. Seen thus, the process of experiencing ceases to clutch at itself. Thought follows thought without interruption. That is, without any need to divide itself from itself, so as to become its own object. Where there is an object, there thought arises. Is then the thought one thing and the object another? No. What is the object? Just that is the thought. If the object were one thing and the thought another, then there would be a double state of thought. So the object itself is just thought. Can then thought review thought? No, thought cannot review thought. As the blade of a sword cannot cut itself, as the fingertip cannot touch itself, so a thought cannot see itself. This non-duality of the mind, in which it is no longer divided against itself, is samadhi. And because of the disappearance of that fruitless threshing around of the mind to grasp itself, samadhi is a state of profound peace. This is not the stillness of total inactivity, for once the mind returns to its natural state, samadhi persists at all times, in walking, standing, sitting, and lying. But from the earliest times, Buddhism has especially emphasized the practice of recollectedness and contemplation while sitting. Most images of the Buddha show him in the posture of sitting meditation, in the particular attitude known as Padmasana, the posture of the lotus, with the legs crossed and the feet resting, soles upward, upon the thighs. Sitting meditation is not, as is often supposed, a spiritual exercise, a practice followed for some ulterior object. From a Buddhist standpoint, it is simply the proper way to sit, and it seems perfectly natural to remain sitting so long as there is nothing else to be done, and so long as one is not consumed with nervous agitation. To the restless temperament of the West, sitting meditation may seem to be an unpleasant discipline, because we do not seem to be able to sit, just to sit, without qualms of conscience, without feeling that we ought to be doing something more important to justify our existence. To propitiate this restless conscience, sitting meditation must therefore be regarded as an exercise, a discipline with an ulterior motive. Yet at that very point, it ceases to be a meditation, dhyana, in the Buddhist sense, for where there is purpose, where there is seeking and grasping for results, there is no dhyana. This word, dhyana, Pali jhana, is the original Sanskrit form of the Chinese chan and the Japanese zen, and thus its meaning is of central importance for an understanding of Zen Buddhism. Meditation, in the common sense of thinking things over or musing, is a most misleading translation. But such alternatives as trance or absorption are even worse, since they suggest states of hypnotic fascination. The best solution seems to be to leave dhyana untranslated and add it to the English language, as we have added nirvana and Tao. As used in Buddhism, the term dhyana comprises both recollectedness, smriti, and samadhi, and can best be described as the state of unified or one-pointed awareness. On the one hand, it is one-pointed in the sense of being focused on the present, since to clear awareness there is neither past nor future, but just this one moment, ekaksara, which Western mystics have called the eternal now. On the other hand, it is one-pointed in the sense of being a state of consciousness without differentiation of the knower, the knowing, and the known. A Tathagata, that is, a Buddha, is a seer of what is to be seen, but he is not mindful, na manai, or does not conceive of the seen, the unseen, the seeable, or the seer. So too with the heard, the sensed, and the known. He does not think of them in these categories. The difficulty of appreciating what dhyana means is that the structure of our language does not permit us to use a transitive verb without a subject and a predicate. When there is knowing, grammatical convention requires that there must be someone who knows and something which is known. We are so accustomed to this convention in speaking and thinking that we fail to recognize that it is simply a convention, and that it does not necessarily correspond to the actual experience of knowing. Thus, when we say a light flash, it is somewhat easier to see through the grammatical convention and to realize that the flashing is the light. But dhyana, as a mental state of the liberated or awakened man, is naturally free from the confusion of conventional entities with reality. Our intellectual discomfort in trying to conceive knowing without a distinct someone who knows and a distinct something which is known is like the discomfort of arriving at a formal dinner in pajamas. The error is conventional, not existential. Once again, therefore, we see how convention, how the Maya of measurement and description populates the world with those ghosts which we call entities and things. So hypnotic, so persuasive is the power of convention that we begin to feel these ghosts as realities and make of them our loves, our ideals, our prized possessions. But the anxiety-laden problem of what will happen to me when I die is, after all, like asking what happens to my fist when I open my hand, or where my lap goes when I stand up. Perhaps then, we are now able to understand the celebrated summary of the Buddha's doctrine given in the Visuddhimagga. Suffering alone exists, none who suffer. The deed there is, but no doer thereof. Nirvana is, but no one seeking it. The path there is, but none who travel. Chapter 3. Mahayana Buddhism. Because the teaching of the Buddha was a way of liberation, no other object than the experience of nirvana. The Buddha did not attempt to set forth a consistent philosophical system, trying to satisfy that intellectual curiosity about ultimate things which expects answers in words. When pressed for such answers, when questioned about the nature of nirvana, the origin of the world, and the reality of the self, the Buddha maintained a noble silence, and went on to say that such questions were irrelevant and did not lead to the actual experience of liberation. It has often been said that the later development of Buddhism was due to the inability of the Indian mind to rest content with that silence, so that at last it had to indulge its overwhelming urge for abstract metaphysical speculations about the nature of reality. Such a view of the genesis of Mahayana Buddhism is, however, rather misleading. The vast body of Mahayana doctrine arose not so much to satisfy intellectual curiosity as to deal with the practical psychological problems encountered in following the Buddha's way. Certainly, the treatment of these problems is highly scholastic, and the intellectual level of the Mahayana texts is very lofty. But the consistent aim is to bring about the experience of liberation, not to construct a philosophical system. In the words of Sir Arthur Berriedale Keith, the metaphysics of the Mahayana in the incoherence of its systems shows clearly enough the secondary interest attaching to it in the eyes of the monks, whose main interest was concentrated on the attainment of release. The Mahayana, no less than the Hinayana, is concerned vitally with this practical end, and its philosophy is of value merely insofar as it helps men to attain their aim. There are no doubt respects in which Mahayana Buddhism is a concession, both to intellectual curiosity and to a popular desire for shortcuts to the goal. But at root, it is the work of highly sensitive and perceptive minds, studying their own inner workings. To anyone who is highly self-aware, the Buddhism of the Pali Canon leaves many practical problems unanswered. Its psychological insight goes little further than the construction of analytical catalogs of mental functions. And though its precepts are clear, it is not always helpful in explaining their practical difficulties. Perhaps it is too sweeping a generalization, but one receives the impression that whereas the Pali Canon would unlock the door to nirvana by sheer effort, the Mahayana would jiggle the key until it turns smoothly. Thus, the great concern of the Mahayana is the provision of skillful means, upaya, for making nirvana accessible to every type of mentality. How and when the Mahayana doctrines arose is a matter of historical guesswork. The great Mahayana Sutras are ostensibly the teaching of the Buddha and his immediate disciples, but their style is so different and their doctrine so much more subtle than that of the Pali Canon that scholars almost unanimously assign them to later dates. There is no evidence of their existence in the time of the great Buddhist emperor Asoka, grandson of Chandragupta Maurya, who was converted to Buddhism in 262 BC. Asoka's rock inscriptions reflect no more than the social teachings of the Pali Canon, its insistence on ahimsa, or nonviolence to both men and animals, and its general precepts for the life of the layman. The principal Mahayana texts were being translated into Chinese by Kumarajiva shortly after AD 400. But our knowledge of Indian history during the intervening 600 years from Asoka's death is so fragmentary, and the internal evidences of the sutras themselves so vague, that we can do little more than assign them to the 400 years between 100 BC and AD 300. Even specific individuals associated with their development, Asvaghosha, Nagarjuna, Asanga, and Vasubandhu, can be dated only very approximately. The traditional Mahayanist account of its own origin is that its teachings were delivered by the Buddha to his intimate disciples, but their public revelation withheld until the world was ready for them. The principle of delayed revelation is a well-known expedient for permitting the growth of a tradition, for exploring the implications contained in the original seed. Apparent contradictions between earlier and later doctrines are explained by assigning them to different levels of truth, ranging from the most relative to the most absolute, and of which the probably quite late Avatamsaka school distinguishes no less than 5. However, the problem of the historical origins of the Mahayana is of no very direct importance for an understanding of Zen, which, as a Chinese rather than Indian form of Buddhism, came into being when Indian Mahayana was fully grown. We can pass on, therefore, to the central Mahayana doctrines from which Zen arose. The Mahayana distinguishes itself from the Buddhism of the Pali Canon by terming the latter the little, hina, vehicle, yana, of liberation, and itself the great Maha vehicle. Great because it comprises such a wealth of upaya, or methods for the realization of nirvana. These methods range from the sophisticated dialect of Nagarjuna, whose object is to free the mind of all fixed conceptions, to the Sukhavati, or pure land doctrine of liberation through faith in the power of Amitabha, the Buddha of boundless light, who is said to have attained his awakening many eons before the time of Gautama. They include even the Tantric Buddhism of medieval India, wherein liberation may be realized through the repetition of sacred words and formulae called dharani, and through special types of yoga involving sexual intercourse with a Shakti, or spiritual wife. A preliminary study of the Pali Canon will certainly give the impression that nirvana is to be realized only through rigorous effort and self-control, and that the aspirant should lay aside all other concerns for the pursuit of this ideal. Mahayanists may be perfectly correct in assuming that the Buddha intended this emphasis as an upaya, a skillful means of enabling one to realize concretely and vividly the absurd, vicious circle of desiring not to desire, or trying to get rid of selfishness by oneself. For this is certainly the conclusion to which the practice of the Buddhist doctrine led. It may be attributed to laziness and loss of nerve, but it seems more plausible to suggest that those who remained in the path of self-deliverance were merely unconscious of the paradox involved. For wherever the Mahayana continues to teach the way of liberation by one's own effort, it does so as an expedient for bringing the individual to a vivid awareness of his own futility. Various indications suggest that one of the earliest notions of the Mahayana was the conception of the Bodhisattva, not simply as a potential Buddha, but as one who, by renouncing nirvana, was at a higher spiritual level than one who attained it, and so withdrew from the world of birth and death. In the Pali Canon, the disciples of the Buddha who attain nirvana are termed arhans, or worthy ones. But in the Mahayana texts, the ideal of the arhan is accounted almost selfish. It is fit only for the sravaka, the hearer of the doctrine, who has progressed only so far as to get a theoretical understanding. The Bodhisattva, however, is one who realizes that there is a profound contradiction in a nirvana attained by himself and for himself. From the popular standpoint, the Bodhisattva became a focus of devotion, bhakti, a savior of the world, who had vowed not to enter the final nirvana until all other sentient beings had likewise attained it. For their sakes, he consented to be born again and again into the round of samsara, until in the course of innumerable ages, even the grass and the dust had attained Buddhahood. But from a deeper standpoint, it became obvious that the idea of the Bodhisattva is implicit in the logic of Buddhism, that it flows naturally from the principle of not grasping, and from the doctrine of the unreality of the ego. For if nirvana is the state in which the attempt to grasp reality has wholly ceased through the realization of its impossibility, it will obviously be absurd to think of nirvana itself as something to be grasped or attained. If, furthermore, the ego is merely a convention, it is nonsense to think of nirvana as a state to be attained by some being. As is said in the Vajracchedika, all bodhisattva heroes should cultivate their minds to think. All sentient beings of whatever class are caused by me to attain the boundless liberation of nirvana. Yet when vast, innumerable, and immeasurable numbers of beings have thus been liberated, in truth, no being has been liberated. Why is this, Subhuti? It is because no bodhisattva, who is truly a bodhisattva, holds to the idea of an ego, a personality, a being, or a separate individual. The corollary of this position is that if there is no nirvana which can be attained, and if, in reality, there are no individual entities, it will follow that our bondage in the round is merely apparent, and that, in fact, we are already in nirvana, so that to seek nirvana is the folly of looking for what one has never lost. Naturally, then, the bodhisattva makes no motion to depart from the round of samsara, as if nirvana were somewhere else, for to do so would imply that nirvana is something that needs to be attained, and that samsara is an actual reality. In the words of the Lankavatara Sutra, those who, afraid of the sufferings arising from the discrimination of birth and death, samsara, seek for nirvana, do not know that birth and death and nirvana are not to be separated from one another. And seeing that all things subject to discrimination have no reality, they imagine that nirvana consists in the future annihilation of the senses and their feelings. To strive, then, to blot out the conventional world of things and events is to admit that it exists in reality. Hence the Mahayana's principle that what has never arisen does not have to be annihilated. These are not the idle speculations and sophistries of a system of subjective idealism or nihilism. They are answers to a practical problem, which may be expressed thus. If my grasping of life involves me in a vicious circle, how am I to learn not to grasp? How can I try to let go when trying is precisely not letting go? Stated in another way, to try not to grasp is the same thing as to grasp, since its motivation is the same, my urgent desire to save myself from a difficulty. I cannot get rid of this desire, since it is one and the same desire as the desire to get rid of it. This is the familiar, everyday problem of the psychological double bind, of creating the problem by trying to solve it, of worrying because one worries, and of being afraid of fear. Mahayana philosophy proposes a drastic but effective answer, which is the theme of a class of literature called Prajna Paramita, or Wisdom for Crossing to the Other Shore, a literature closely associated with the work of Nagarjuna, circa AD 200, who ranks with Shankara as one of the greatest minds of India. Stated baldly, the answer is that all grasping, even for nirvana, is futile, for there is nothing to be grasped. This is Nagarjuna's celebrated Sunyavada, his doctrine of the void, otherwise known as the Madhyamika, the middle way, because it refutes all metaphysical propositions by demonstrating their relativity. From the standpoint of academic philosophy, the Prajna Paramita and the doctrine of Nagarjuna are no doubt some form of nihilism or absolute relativism. But this is not Nagarjuna's standpoint. The dialectic with which he demolishes every conception of reality is merely a device for breaking the vicious circle of grasping. And the terminus of his philosophy is not the abject despair of nihilism, but the natural and uncontrived bliss, ananda, of liberation. The Sunyavada takes its name from the term sunya, void, or sunyata, voidness, with which Nagarjuna described the nature of reality, or rather of the conceptions of reality, which the human mind can form. Conceptions here include not only metaphysical views, but also ideals, religious beliefs, ultimate hopes, and ambitions of every kind. Everything which the mind of man seeks and grasps for his physical or spiritual security. Not only does the Sunyavada demolish the beliefs which one consciously adopts, it also seeks out the hidden and unconscious premises of thoughts and action, and submits them to the same treatment until the very depths of the mind are reduced to a total silence. Even the idea of sunya is itself to be voided. It cannot be called void or not void, or both, or neither. But in order to point it out, it is called the void. Shtivatsky is certainly right in thinking that the Sunyavada is best called a doctrine of relativity, for Nagarjuna's method is simply to show that all things are without self-nature, svabhava, or independent reality, since they exist only in relation to other things. Nothing in the universe can stand by itself. No thing, no fact, no being, no event. And for this reason, it is absurd to single anything out as the ideal to be grasped. For what is singled out exists only in relation to its own opposite, since what is defined by what is not. Pleasure is defined by pain, life is defined by death, and emotion is defined by stillness. Obviously, the mind can form no idea of what to be means without the contrast of not to be, since the ideas of being and non-being are abstractions from such simple experiences as that there is a penny in the right hand and no penny in the left. From one point of view, the same relativity exists between nirvana and samsara, bodhi, awakening, and klesa, defilement. That is to say, the search for nirvana implies the existence and the problem of samsara, and the quest for awakening implies that one is in the state of defilement with delusion. To put it in another way, as soon as nirvana is made an object of desire, it becomes an element of samsara. The real nirvana cannot be desired because it cannot be conceived. Thus the Lankavara Sutra says, again, Mahatma, what is meant by non-duality? It means that light and shade, long and short, black and white, are relative terms, Mahatma, and not independent of each other. As nirvana and samsara are, all things are not two. There is no nirvana except where is samsara. There is no samsara except where is nirvana. For the condition of existence is not of a mutually exclusive character. Therefore, it is said that all things are non-dual, as are nirvana and samsara. But the equation, nirvana is samsara, is true in another sense as well. Namely, that what appears to us to be samsara is really nirvana. And what appears to be the world of form, rupa, is really the void, sunya. Hence the famous saying, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is precisely emptiness. Emptiness is precisely form. Once again, this is not to say that awakening will cause the world of form to vanish without a trace, for nirvana is not to be sought as the future annihilation of the senses and their fields. The sutra is saying that form is void, just as it is, in all its prickly uniqueness. The point of this equation is not to assert a metaphysical proposition, but to assist the process of awakening. For awakening will not come to pass when one is trying to escape or change the everyday world of form, or to get away from the particular experience in which one finds oneself at this moment. Every such attempt is a manifestation of grasping. Even the grasping itself is not to be changed by force. For bodhi, awakening, is the five offenses, and the five offenses are bodhi. If anyone regards bodhi as something to be attained, to be cultivated by discipline, he is guilty of the pride of self. Some of these passages may suggest that the bodhisattva may just as well be an easygoing, worldly fellow, who, because samsara is nirvana anyhow, can go on living just as he pleases. He may be thoroughly deluded, but since even delusion is bodhi, there would be no point in trying to change it. There is often a deceptive resemblance between opposite extremes. Lunatics frequently resemble saints, and the unaffected modesty of the sage often lets him seem to be a very ordinary person. Yet there is no easy way of pointing out the difference, of saying what it is that the ordinary worldly fellow does or does not do, which makes him different from a bodhisattva, or vice versa. The entire mystery of Zen lies in this problem, and we shall return to it at the proper time. It is enough to say here that the so-called ordinary person is only apparently natural, or perhaps that his real naturalness feels unnatural to him. In practice, it is simply impossible to decide intentionally to stop seeking for nirvana and to live an ordinary life. For as soon as one's ordinary life is intentional, it is not natural. It is for this reason that the insistence of the Mahayana texts on the unattainability of nirvana and bodhi is not something to be accepted theoretically as a mere philosophical opinion. One has to know, in one's bones, that there is nothing to be grasped. Thereupon the thought came to some of the gods in that assembly, what the fairies talk and murmur, that we understand, though mumbled. What Subhuti has just told us, that we do not understand. Subhuti read their thoughts and said, there is nothing to understand. There is nothing to understand. For nothing in particular has been indicated. Nothing in particular has been explained. No one will grasp this perfection of wisdom as here explained. For no dharma, doctrine at all has been indicated, lit up, or communicated. So there will be no one who can grasp it. The point arrives then when it is clearly understood that all one's intentional acts, desires, ideals, stratagems are in vain. In the whole universe, within and without, there is nothing whereon to lay any hold, and no one to lay any hold on anything. This has been discovered through clear awareness of everything that seemed to offer a solution or to constitute a reliable reality, through the initiative wisdom called prajna, which sees into the relational character of everything. With the eye of prajna, the human situation is seen for what it is, a quenching of thirst with salt water, a pursuit of goals which simply require the pursuit of other goals, a clutching of objects which the swift course of time renders as insubstantial as mist. The very one who pursues, who sees and knows and desires the inner subject, has his existence only in relation to the ephemeral objects of his pursuit. He sees that his grasp upon the world is his stranglehold about his own neck, the hold which is depriving him of the very life he so longs to attain. And there is no way out, no way of letting go, which he can take by effort, by a decision of the will. But who is it that wants to get out? There comes a moment when this consciousness of the inescapable trap in which we are at once the trapper and the trapped reaches a breaking point. One might almost say that it matures or ripens, and suddenly there is what the Lankavatara Sutra calls a turning about in the deepest seat of consciousness. In this moment, all sense of constraint drops away, and the cocoon which the silkworm spun around himself opens to let him go forth, winged as a moth. The peculiar anxiety which Kierkegaard has rightly seen to lie at the very roots of the ordinary man's soul is no longer there. Contrivances, ideals, ambitions, and self-propitiations are no longer necessary, since it is now possible to live spontaneously without trying to be spontaneous. Indeed, there is no alternative, since it is now seen that there never was any self to bring the self under control. Reduced to the bare essentials, such is the inner process which the Sunyavada is trying to set in motion with its philosophy of total negation. Thus, the greater part of Nagarjuna's work was a carefully logical and systematic refutation of every philosophical position to be found in the India of his time. Granting that its object is an inner experience, Western students have always had difficulty in understanding how such a purely negative point of view could have any creative consequences. It must therefore be repeated that the negations apply not to reality itself, but to our ideas of reality. The positive and creative content of the Sunyavada is not in the philosophy itself, but in the new vision of reality which is revealed when its work is done. And Nagarjuna does not spoil this vision by trying to describe it. The Mahayana does, however, have another term for reality, which is perhaps rather more indicative than sunya, the void. This is the word tatata, which we may translate as suchness, thusness, or thatness. Similarly, the Buddhas are called tathagatas, those who go or come thus. The Sanskrit word tat, or that, is probably based on a child's first efforts at speech, when it points at something and says ta or da. Fathers flatter themselves by imagining that the child is calling them by name, dada or daddy. But perhaps the child is just expressing its recognition of the world, saying that. When we say just that or thus, we are pointing to the realm of nonverbal experience, to reality as we perceive it directly. For we are trying to indicate what we see or feel, rather than what we think or say. Tatata therefore indicates the world just as it is, unscreened and undivided by the symbols and definitions of thought. It points to the concrete and actual, as distinct from the abstract and conceptual. A Buddha is a Tathagata, a thus-goer, because he is awakened to this primary, non-conceptual world, which no words can convey, and does not confuse it with such ideas as being or non-being, good or bad, past or future, here or there, moving or still, permanent or impermanent. As the Bodhisattva Manjushri speaks of the Tathagata in the Saptasatika, suchness, tatata, neither becomes nor ceases to become. Thus do I see the Tathagata. Suchness does not stand at any point or place. Thus do I see the Tathagata. Suchness is neither past, future, nor present. Thus do I see the Tathagata. Suchness does not arise from the dual or the non-dual. Thus do I see the Tathagata. Suchness is neither impure nor pure. Thus do I see the Tathagata. Suchness neither arises nor comes to an end. Thus do I see the Tathagata. Because Tata is the true state of a Buddha, and of all things whatsoever, it is also referred to as our true or original nature, and thus our Buddha nature. One of the cardinal doctrines of the Mahayana is that all beings are endowed with Buddha nature, and so have the possibility of becoming Buddhas. Because of the identity of Buddha nature and Tathata, the term Buddha is frequently used of reality itself, and not just of the awakened man. It so comes about that in the Mahayana, a Buddha is often seen as a personification of reality, forming the basis of those popular cults in which the Buddhas seem to be worshipped as gods. I say seem to be because even Mahayana Buddhism has no real equivalent of Judeo-Christian theism, with its strict identification of God with the moral principle. Furthermore, the various Buddhas who are so venerated, Amitabha, Vairocana, Amitayus, Ratnasambhava, etc., are always personifications of one's own true nature. Here, too, lies the basis of the Buddhism of faith, of the Sukhavati or Pure Land school, in which it is held that all efforts to become a Buddha are merely the false pride of the ego. All that is necessary is to repeat the formula Namo Amitabhaya, literally, the name of Amitabha, or Hail Amitabha, in the faith that this alone is sufficient to bring about one's rebirth in the Pure Land over which Amitabha presides. In this Pure Land, all the obstacles which stand in the way of becoming a Buddha in this world are removed, so that rebirth in the Pure Land is virtually equivalent to becoming a Buddha. The repetition of the name is held to be effective because, in ages past, Amitabha vowed that he would not enter into supreme Buddhahood unless rebirth in the Pure Land were assured for all beings who invoked his name. Because he subsequently entered the state of Buddhahood, the vow is effectively fulfilled. Even Nagarjuna was in sympathy with this doctrine, for it is obviously a popular and more graphic way of saying that since one's own true nature is already the Buddha nature, one does not have to do anything to make it so. On the contrary, to seek to become Buddha is to deny that one is already Buddha, and this is the sole basis upon which Buddhahood can be realized. In short, to become a Buddha, it is only necessary to have the faith that one is a Buddha already. Shinran, the great Japanese exponent of the Pure Land, went even so far as to say that it was only necessary to repeat the name, for he saw that the attempt to make an act of faith was too artificial and led one to doubt one's own faith. Pure Land Buddhism is clearly an outgrowth of the Bodhisattva doctrine that the proper work of the liberated man is the liberation of all other beings by upaya, or skillful means. By prajna, or intuitive wisdom, he sees into the nature of reality, and this in turn awakens karuna, or compassion for all who are still in the bonds of ignorance. At its deepest level, karuna means something rather more than compassion for the ignorance of others. For we saw that the Bodhisattva's return into the world of samsara was based on the principle that samsara is in fact nirvana, and that the void is precisely form. If prajna is to see that form is void, karuna is to see that void is form. It is therefore an affirmation of the everyday world in its natural suchness, and this is one of the features of the Mahayana most strongly emphasized in Zen. Indeed, it makes nonsense of the idea that Buddhism is always a philosophy of world denial, in which the uniqueness of forms has no importance. It was because of Karuna that Mahayana Buddhism became the principal inspiration of Chinese art in the Sung and Yuan dynasties, an art which stressed natural forms rather than religious symbols. For by Karuna, it is seen that the dissolution of forms into the void is in no way different from the particular characteristics of the forms themselves. The life of things is only conventionally separable from their death. In reality, the dying is the living. The perception that each single form, just as it is the void, and that further, the uniqueness of each form arises from the fact that it exists in relation to every other form, is the basis of the Dharmadhatu, Dharma realm doctrine of the enormous Avatamsaka Sutra. This voluminous work is probably the final culmination of Indian Mahayana, and one of its central images is a vast network of gems or crystals, like a spider's web at dawn, in which each gem reflects all the others. This net of gems is the Dharmadhatu, the universe, the realm of innumerable dharmas, or thing events. Chinese commentators worked out a fourfold classification of the Dharmadhatu, which became of considerable importance for Zen late in the Tang dynasty. Their classification of the four Dharma realms was as follows. 1. Shi, the unique individual thing events of which the universe is composed. 2. Li, the principle or ultimate reality underlying the multiplicity of things. 3. Li Shi Wuai, between principle and thing, no obstruction, which is to say that there is no incompatibility between nirvana and samsara, void and form. The attainment of the one does not involve the annihilation of the other. 4. Shi Shi Wuai, between thing and thing, no obstruction, which is to say that each thing event involves every other, and that the highest insight is simply the perception of them in their natural suchness. At this level, every thing event is seen to be self-determinating, self-generating, or spontaneous, or to be quite naturally what it is. To be tata, just, thus, is to be free and without obstruction. The doctrine of the Dharmadhatu is approximately that the proper harmony of the universe is realized when each thing event is allowed to be freely and spontaneously itself, without interference. Stated more subjectively, it is saying, let everything be free to be just as it is. Do not separate yourself from the world and try to order it around. There is a subtle distinction between this and mere laissez-faire, which may be suggested by the way in which we move our various limbs. Each one moves by itself, from within. To walk, we do not pick up our feet with our hands. The individual body is therefore a system of shi shi wu ai, and a Buddha realizes that the whole universe is his body, a marvelously interrelated harmony organized from within itself rather than by interference from outside. Mahayana philosophy thinks of the Buddha's body as threefold, as the Trikaya, or triple body. His body, considered either as the multitude of thing events or as his particular human forms, is termed the Nirmanakaya, or body of transformation. The particular human forms are such historic and prehistoric Buddhas as Gautama, Kasyapa, or Kanakamuni, and since these appear in the flesh, the Nirmanakaya includes, in principle, the entire universe of form. There is next the Sambhogakaya, or body of enjoyment. This is the sphere of prajna, wisdom, and karuna, compassion, the latter looking down to the world of form, and the former looking up to the realm of the void. Sambhogakaya might also be called the body of realization, since it is in this body that a Buddha realizes that he is a Buddha. Finally, there is the Dharmakaya, the Dharma body, which is the void, the sunya itself. Nagarjuna did not discuss the way in which the void appears as form, the Dharmakaya as the Nirmanakaya, feeling, perhaps, that this would be completely unintelligible to those who had not actually realized awakening. For the Buddha himself had compared such inquiries to the foolishness of a man shot with an arrow, who would not permit it to be taken out of his flesh until he had been told all the details of his assailant's appearance, family, and motivations. Nevertheless, Nagarjuna's successors, the brothers Asanga and Vasubandhu, circa 280 to 360, who worked out the type of Mahayana philosophy generally known as Yogacara, made some attempt to discuss this particular problem. According to the Yogacara, the world of this form is Chitta Matra, mind only, or Vijnapti Matra, representation only. This view seems to have a very close resemblance to Western philosophies of subjective idealism, in which the external and material world is regarded as a projection of the mind. However, there seem to be some differences between the 2 points of view. Here, as always, the Mahayana is not so much a theoretical and speculative construction as an account of an inner experience and a means of awakening the experience in others. Furthermore, the word chitta is not precisely equivalent to our mind. Western thought tends to define mind by opposition to matter, and to consider matter not so much as measure, as the solid stuff which is measured. Measure itself, abstraction, is for the West more of the nature of mind, since we tend to think of mind and spirit as more abstract than concrete. But in Buddhist philosophy, chitta does not stand over against a conception of solid stuff. The world has never been considered in terms of a primary substance, shaped into various forms by the action of mind or spirit. Such an image is not in the history of Buddhist thought, and thus the problem of how impalpable mind can influence solid matter has never arisen. Wherever we should speak of the material or physical or substantial world, Buddhism employs the term rupa, which is not so much our matter as form. There is no material substance underlying the rupa unless it be chitta itself. The difficulty of making equations and comparisons between Eastern and Western ideas is that the two worlds do not start with the same assumptions and premises. They do not have the same basic categorizations of experience. When, therefore, the world has never been divided into mind and matter, but rather into mind and form, the word mind cannot mean quite the same thing in both instances. The word man, for example, does not have quite the same meaning when contrasted with woman as when contrasted with animal. A simplified and somewhat rough way of stating the difference is that Western idealists have begun to philosophize from a world consisting of mind or spirit, form, and matter, whereas the Buddhists have begun to philosophize from a world of mind and form. The Yogacara does not, therefore, discuss the relation of forms to matter to mind. It discusses the relation of forms to mind, and concluded that they are forms of mind. As a result, the term mind, chitta, becomes logically meaningless. But because the main concern of Buddhism is with a realm of experience which is non-logical and meaningless, in the sense that it does not symbolize or signify anything other than itself, there is no objection to meaningless terms. From a logical standpoint, the proposition everything is mind says no more than that everything is everything. For if there is nothing which is not mind, the word belongs to no class and has no limits, no definition. One might as well use blah, which is almost exactly what Buddhism does with the nonsense word tathata. For the function of these nonsense terms is to draw our attention to the fact that logic and meaning, with its inherent duality, is a property of thought and language, but not of the actual world. The nonverbal, concrete world contains no classes and no symbols which signify or mean anything other than themselves. Consequently, it contains no duality. For duality arises only when we classify, when we sort our experiences into mental boxes, since a box is no box without an inside and an outside. Mental boxes are probably formed in our minds long before formal thought and language supply labels to identify them. We have begun to classify as soon as we notice differences, regularities, and irregularities, as soon as we make associations of any kind. But if the word mental means anything at all, this act of classification is certainly mental. For to notice differences and to associate them with one another is something more than simply then to respond to sense contacts. Yet if classes are a product of the mind, of noticing, association, thought, and language, the world, considered simply as all classes of objects, is a product of the mind. This is, I think, what the Yogacara means by the assertion that the world is mind only, chitta mashram lokam. It means that external and internal, before and after, heavy and light, pleasant and painful, moving and still, are all ideas or mental classifications. Their relation to the concrete world is the same as that of words. Thus, the world that we know, when understood as the world as classified, is a product of the mind. And as the sound water is not actually water, the classified world is not the real world. The problem of what the mind is can now be seen to be the same as the problem of what the real world is. It cannot be answered, for every what is a class, and we cannot classify the classifier. Is it not then merely absurd to speak of the mind, the chitta, at all, if there is no way of saying what it is? On the contrary, the mathematician Kurt Gödel has given us a rigorous proof of the fact that every logical system must contain a premise which it cannot define without contradicting itself. The Yogacara takes chitta as its premise and does not define it, since chitta is here the equivalent of sunya and tathata. For the mind, is beyond all philosophical views, is apart from discrimination. It is not attainable, nor is it ever born. I say there is nothing but mind. It is not an existence, nor is it a non-existence. It is indeed beyond both existence and non-existence. Out of mind spring innumerable things, conditioned by discrimination, that is, classification, and habit energy. These things people accept as an external world. What appears to be external does not exist in reality. It is indeed mind that is seen as multiplicity, the body, property, and abode. All these, I say, are nothing but mind. Within this undefined continuum of Chitta, the Yogacara describes 8 kinds of Vijnana, or discriminating consciousness. There is a consciousness appropriate to each of the 5 senses. There is the 6th sense consciousness, Mano Vijnana, unifying the other 5 so that what is touched or heard may be related to what is seen. There is Manas, center of the mind's discriminative and classifying activity. And finally, there is the store consciousness, Alaya Vijnana, the supra-individual mind, which contains the seeds of all possible forms. The store consciousness is almost equivalent to the Chitta itself, and is supra-individual because it stands prior to every differentiation. It is not to be conceived as a sort of ghostly gas permeating all beings, since space and extension are likewise here only in potentiality. In other words, the store consciousness is that from which the formal world arises spontaneously or playfully, vikridita. For the Mahayana does not make the mistake of trying to account for the production of the world from the mind by a series of necessary causes. Whatever is linked by causal necessity is of the world of Maya, not beyond it. Speaking somewhat poetically, the world illusion comes out of the great void for no reason, purposelessly, and just because there is no necessity for it to do so. For the activity of the void is playful or vikridita because it is not motivated action, karma. Thus, as the Yogacara describes it, the production of the formal world arises spontaneously from the store consciousness, flows up into the manas, where the primordial differentiations are made, passes thence into the 6 sense consciousnesses, which in turn produce the sense organs or gates, ayatana, through which it finally projects the classified external world. The Buddhist yoga, therefore, consists in reversing the process, instilling the discriminative activity of the mind, and letting the categories of Maya fall back into potentiality, so that the world may be seen in its unclassified suchness. Here, Karuna awakens, and the Bodhisattva lets the projection arise again, having become consciously identified with the playful and purposeless character of the void. Chapter 4. The Rise and Development of Zen. The qualities which distinguish Zen, or Chan, from other types of Buddhism are rather elusive when it comes to putting them in words. Yet Zen has a definite and unmistakable flavor. Although the name Zen is dhyana, or meditation, other schools of Buddhism emphasize meditation as much as, if not more than, Zen. And at times it seems as if the practice of formal meditation were not necessary to Zen at all. Nor is Zen peculiar in having nothing to say, in insisting that the truth cannot be put into words. For this is already the Madhyamika, as well as the teaching of Lao Tzu. Those who know do not speak. Those who speak do not know. Perhaps the special flavor of Zen is best described as a certain directness. In other schools of Buddhism, awakening, or bodhi, seems remote and almost superhuman, something to be reached only after many lives of patient effort. But in Zen, there is always the feeling that awakening is something quite natural, something startlingly obvious, which may occur at any moment. If it involves a difficulty, it is just that it is much too simple. Zen is also direct in its way of teaching, for it points directly and openly to the truth, and does not trifle with symbolism. Direct pointing, zhe, is the open demonstration of Zen by non-symbolic actions or words, which usually appear to the uninitiated as having to do with the most ordinary secular affairs, or to be completely crazy. In answer to a question about Buddhism, the master makes a casual remark about the weather, or performs some simple action, which seems to have nothing to do with philosophical or spiritual matters. However, it is difficult to find many instances of this method before the middle of the Tang dynasty, by which time Zen was already well established. But it is certainly consistent with the emphasis of the earlier masters on immediate awakening in the midst of everyday affairs. No one has been able to find any trace of a specific dhyana school in Indian Buddhism, though because of our lack of historical materials, there is no evidence that it did not exist. If the characteristic note of Zen is immediate or instantaneous awakening, danwu, without passing through preparatory stages, there are certainly evidences of this principle in India. The Lankavatara Sutra states that there are both gradual and sudden yugapat ways of awakening, the former by purification of the tainted outflows or projections, ashrava, of the mind, and the latter by paravriti, an instantaneous turning about within the depths of consciousness, whereby dualistic views are cast off. It is likened to a mirror immediately reflecting whatever forms and images appear before it. There is, too, a clear connection between the idea of immediate awakening and the teaching of the Vajracchedika, or Diamond Cutter Sutra, on the fact that to attain awakening is not to attain anything. In other words, if nirvana is actually here and now, so that to seek it is to lose it, a realization through progressive stages is hardly appropriate. One would have to see into it in the present moment, directly. Although its origins are probably later than those of Zen in China, there was also a tradition of this kind in Tantric Buddhism, and there is nothing to indicate that there was a reverse influence from Chinese Zen. Parallels to Zen sayings may be seen in a 10th century Tantric work by Saraha. If it, the truth, is already manifest, what's the use of meditation? And if it is hidden, one is just measuring darkness. Mantras and tantras, meditation and concentration, they are all a cause of self-deception. Do not defile in contemplation thought that is pure in its own nature, but abide in the bliss of yourself and cease those torments. Whatever you see, that is it, in front, behind, in all the 10 directions. Even today, let your master make an end of delusion. The nature of the sky is originally clear, but by gazing and gazing, the sight becomes obscure. Tibetan Buddhism likewise comprises a tradition of the short path, considered as a swift and steep ascent to nirvana for those who have the necessary courage, though a doctrine more suggestive of the Zen emphasis on immediacy and naturalness is found in the 6 precepts of Tilopa. No thought, no reflection, no analysis, no cultivation, no intention. Let it settle itself. Immediate release without any special contrivance or intention is also implied in the tantric idea of sahaja, the easy or natural state of the liberated sage. This is not the place to discuss the real meaning of immediate awakening and naturalness, but these instances are cited to show that the tradition of a direct path existed outside China, suggesting some original source in Indian Buddhism. An obvious reason for the lack of materials would be that a principle of this kind, so easily open to misinterpretation, might have been kept as a secret doctrine, discussed openly only in later times. Zen tradition does indeed maintain that immediate awakening is not communicated by the sutras, but has been passed down directly from master to pupil. This does not necessarily imply anything so esoteric as an experience conveyed by telepathy, but something much less sensational. Thus, when Hindu pandits insist that wisdom is not to be gained from the scriptures, but only from a teacher or guru, it means that the actual texts, such as the Yoga Sutras, contain only the headings of the doctrine, and that its full explanation requires someone who has learned the oral tradition. To this, it should hardly be necessary to add that since the tradition is primarily an experience, words can communicate it no more and no less than any other experience. However, it is not really necessary to suppose that there was ever a specific dhyana school in India. The creation of Zen would seem to be sufficiently explained by the exposure of Taoists and Confucians to the main principles of Mahayana Buddhism. Therefore, the appearance of ends very close to Zen can be seen almost as soon as the great Mahayana Sutras became available in China. That is to say, with the work of the great Indian scholar-monk Kumarajiva. Kumarajiva was translating the sutras in Guzheng and Chang'an between 384 and 413, at which time one of his outstanding students was the young monk Song Zhao, 384 to 414, who had started out in life as a copyist of the Confucian and Taoist texts. Song Zhao had been converted to Buddhism as a result of reading the Vimalakirti Sutra, a text which has exercised considerable influence upon Zen. Although Song Zhao became a monk, this sutra is the story of a layman, Vimalakirti, who excelled all the Buddhist disciplines in the depth of his understanding. He had surpassed all the other disciples and bodhisattvas by answering a question as to the nature of the non-dual reality with a thunderous silence, an example frequently followed by Zen masters. Vimalakirti, thunderingly silent, is, too, a favorite theme of Zen artists. But the main importance of this sutra for China and for Zen was the point that perfect awakening was consistent with the affairs of everyday life, and that, indeed, the highest attainment was to enter into awakening without exterminating the defilements, klesa. There was an appeal here to both the Confucian and the Taoist mentality. The Confucian stress on the importance of family life would not easily sympathize with a rigorously monastic type of Buddhism. Though the Chinese Buddhist masters were normally monks, they had large numbers of advanced lay students, and Zen in particular has always attached great importance to the expression of Buddhism in formally secular terms, in arts of every type, in manual labor, and in appreciation of the natural universe. Confucian and Taoist alike would be especially agreeable to the idea of an awakening which did not involve the extermination of human passions, as klesa may also be translated. We have already noted the peculiar trust in human nature which both these philosophies profess. However, not exterminating the passions does not mean letting them flourish untamed. It means letting go of them rather than fighting them, neither repressing passion nor indulging it. For the Taoist is never violent, since he achieves his ends by non-interference, Wu Wei, which is a kind of psychological judo. Song Zhao's writings, as well as his commentary on the Vimalakirti Sutra, are full of Taoist quotations and phrases. For he seemed to be following the example of less important, though earlier monks, such as Wei Yuan, 334 to 416, and Dao An, 312 to 385, in using extension of the idea, Go Yi, for explaining Buddhism through Taoist parallels. So much did this suggest an equivalence between the two traditions that by the end of the 5th century, Lu Qiu could say, from the Kunlun Mountains eastward, the Taoist term Great Oneness is used. From Kashmir westward, the Buddhist term Sambodhi is used. Whether one looks longingly toward non-being, Wu, or cultivates emptiness, Sunyata, the principle involved is the same. Two of Song Zhao's doctrines would seem to have had some importance for the later development of Zen: his view of time and change, and his idea that prajna is not knowledge. The chapter on the immutability of things in his book of Zhao is so original and so startlingly similar to the section on time in the first volume of Dogen's Shobogenzo that the celebrated Japanese Zen philosopher can hardly have been unfamiliar with it. Past things are in the past and do not go there from the present, and present things are in the present and do not go there from the past. Rivers which compete with one another to inundate the land do not flow. The wandering air that blows about is not moving. The sun and moon, revolving in their orbits, do not turn around. In the same way, Dogen pointed out that firewood does not become ashes, and life does not become death, just as winter does not become the spring. Every moment of time is self-contained and quiescent. Song Zhao also discussed the seeming paradox that prajna is a kind of ignorance. Because the ultimate reality has no qualities and is not a thing, it cannot become an object of knowledge. Therefore, prajna, direct insight, knows the truth by not knowing. Wisdom knows not, yet it illumines the deepest profundity. Spirit calculates not, yet it responds to the necessities of the given moment. Because it calculates not, spirit shines in lonely glory in what is beyond the world. Because it knows not, wisdom illumines the mystery, the shwada, beyond mundane affairs. Yet though wisdom lies outside affairs, it never lacks them. Though spirit lies beyond the world, it stays ever within. Here is one of the main links between Taoism and Zen. For the style and terminology of the Book of Zhao is Taoist throughout, though the subject matter is Buddhist. The sayings of the early Zen masters, such as Wei Neng, Sheng Wei, and Huang Po, are full of these very ideas. That truly to know is not to know. That the awakened mind responds immediately, without calculation, and that there is no incompatibility between Buddhahood and the everyday life of the world. Even closer to the standpoint of Zen was Song Zhao's fellow student, Dao Shan, 360 to 434, the first clear and unequivocal exponent of the doctrine of instantaneous awakening. If nirvana is not to be found by grasping, there can be no question of approaching it by stages, by the slow process of the accumulation of knowledge. It must be realized in a single flash of insight, which is Tunwu, or in Japanese, Satori, the familiar Zen term for sudden awakening. Xie Ling Yun, in his discussion of Dao Shang's doctrine, even suggests that instantaneous awakening is more appropriate to the Chinese mentality than to the Indian, and lends weight to Suzuki's description of Zen as the Chinese revolution against Indian Buddhism. Dao Shang's doctrine, however unusual and startling, must have found considerable acceptance. It is mentioned again, more than a century later, in a work by Wei Yuan, 523 to 592, who also associates it with the master Wei Dan, who lived until about 627. The importance of these early precursors of Zen is that they provide a clue to the historical beginnings of the movement, if we cannot accept the traditional story that it arrived in China in 520 with the Indian monk Bodhidharma. Modern scholars such as Feng Yulan and Pelliot have cast serious doubts upon the truth of this tradition. They suggest that the Bodhidharma story was a pious invention of later times, when the Zen school needed historical authority for its claim to be a direct transmission of experience from the Buddha himself, outside the sutras. For Bodhidharma is represented as the 28th of a somewhat fanciful list of Indian patriarchs, standing in a direct line of apostolic succession from Gautama. At this stage of the inquiry, it is hard to say whether the views of these scholars are to be taken seriously, or whether they are but another instance of an academic fashion for casting doubt upon the historicity of religious founders. The traditional story which the Zen school gives of its own origin is that Bodhidharma arrived in Canton from India around the year 520 and proceeded to the court of the Emperor Wu of Liang, an enthusiastic patron of Buddhism. However, Bodhidharma's doctrine and his abrupt attitude did not appeal to the emperor, so that he withdrew for some years to a monastery in the state of Wei and spent his time gazing at the wall until at last he found a suitable disciple in Wei Ko, who subsequently became the second patriarch of Zen in China. There is, of course, nothing improbable in the arrival of a great Buddhist master from India at this period. Kumarajiva had arrived shortly before 400, Bodhiruchi just after 500, and Paramartha was at the court of Liang about the same time as Bodhidharma. Is it really surprising that there should be no surviving record of his existence until little more than 100 years after his time? These were not the days of newspapers and who's who's. And even in our own excessively documented times, people with important contributions to our knowledge and culture can remain unrecognized and unrecorded until years after their death. Here again, it seems that we may as well accept the story of Bodhidharma until there is some really overwhelming evidence against it, recognizing that the ideas of Song Zhao, Dao Shang, and others could also have been tributaries to the stream of Zen. One of the reasons for suspecting the Bodhidharma story is that Zen is so Chinese in style that an Indian origin seems improbable. Yet the very Taoistic Song Zhao was a pupil of Kumarajiva, as was Dao Shang, and the writings attributed to the Bodhidharma and his successors until Wei Neng, 638 to 713, show a clear transition from an Indian to a Chinese view of dhyana. The absence of any record of a dhyana school in Indian Buddhist literature, or of Bodhidharma in any connection with it, is perhaps due to the fact that there was never any dhyana or Zen school, even in China, until some 200 years after Bodhidharma's time. On the other hand, there would have been an almost universal practice of dhyana, that is, or tso-chan, Japanese zazen, or sitting meditation, among Buddhist monks, and the special instructors who supervised this practice were called dhyana masters, no matter what their school or sect. There were likewise Vinaya masters, or instructors in monastic discipline, and Dharma masters, or instructors in doctrine. Zen became a distinct school only as it promulgated a view of dhyana which differed sharply from the generally accepted practice. Zen tradition represents Bodhidharma as a fierce-looking fellow with a bushy beard and wide-open, penetrating eyes, in which, however, there is just the hint of a twinkle. A legend says that he once fell asleep in meditation and was so furious that he cut off his eyelids, and falling to the ground, they arose as the first tea plant. Tea has thereafter supplied Zen monks with a protection against sleep, and so clarifies and invigorates the mind that it has been said the taste of Zen, Chun, and the taste of tea, Cha, are the same. Another legend holds that Bodhidharma sat so long in meditation that his legs fell off. Hence the delightful symbolism of those Japanese Daruma dolls, which represent Bodhidharma as a legless roly-poly, so wigged inside that he always stands up again when pushed over. A popular Japanese poem says of the Daruma doll, Jinsei nana koroki, ya oki. Such is life, 7 times down, 8 times up. Bodhidharma's alleged interview with the Emperor Wu of Liang is typical of his abrupt and direct manner. For the emperor described all that he had done to promote the practice of Buddhism, and asked what merit he had gained thereby, taking the popular view that Buddhism is a gradual accumulation of merit through good deeds, leading to better and better circumstances in future lives, and finally, to nirvana. But Bodhidharma replied, no merit whatever. This so undermined the emperor's idea of Buddhism that he asked, what then is the sacred doctrine's first principle? Bodhidharma replied, it's just empty. There's nothing sacred. Who then are you, said the emperor, to stand before us? I don't know. After this interview, so unsatisfactory from the emperor's point of view, Bodhidharma retired to a monastery in Wei, where he is said to have spent 9 years in a cave, gazing at the wall. Bi Guan. Suzuki holds that this is not to be taken literally, and that the expression refers to Bodhidharma's inner state, his exclusion of all grasping thoughts from his mind. Thus Bodhidharma remained, until he was approached by the monk Shengguang, afterwards Wei Ko, 486 to 493, maybe, who was to become Bodhidharma's successor as the second patriarch. Wei Ko again and again asked Bodhidharma for instruction, but was always refused. Yet he continued to sit in meditation outside the cave, waiting patiently in the snow, in the hope that Bodhidharma would at last relent. In desperation, he finally cut off his left arm and presented it to Bodhidharma as a token of his agonized sincerity. At this, Bodhidharma at last asked Wei Ko what he wanted. I have no peace of mind, Shin, said Wei Ko. Please pacify my mind. Bring out your mind here before me, replied Bodhidharma, and I will pacify it. But when I seek my own mind, said Wei Ko, I cannot find it. There, snapped Bodhidharma, I have pacified your mind. At this moment, Wei Ko had his awakening, his Tun Wu, or Satori, so that this interchange purports to be the first instance of what became the characteristic Zen method of instruction, the Wen Da, Japanese Mondo, or question and answer, sometimes loosely called the Zen story. The greater part of Zen literature consists of these anecdotes, many of them much more puzzling than this, and their aim is always to precipitate some type of sudden realization in the questioner's mind, or to test the depth of his insight. For this reason, such anecdotes cannot be explained without spoiling their effect. In some respects, they are like jokes which do not produce their intended effect of laughter when the punchline requires further explanation. One must see the point immediately, or not at all. It should furthermore be understood that the main character of these anecdotes is only rarely symbolic, and then usually in a rather secondary way, as when the dialogue contains allusions which are obvious to both parties. But such commentators as Gernet are, I feel, mistaken in supposing that the main point is the communication of some Buddhist principle by means of a symbol. A satori, which so frequently follows these interchanges, is by no means a mere comprehension of the answer to a riddle. For whatever the Zen master says or does is a direct and spontaneous utterance of suchness, of his Buddha nature. And what he gives is no symbol, but the very thing. Zen communication is always direct pointing, in line with the traditional four-phrase summary of Zen. Outside teaching, apart from tradition, not founded on words and letters, pointing directly to the human mind, seeing into one's nature, and attaining Buddhahood. The successor to Wei Ko is said to have been Song Tsan, died 606, and the story of their initial interview is of the same form as between Wei Ko and Bodhidharma, except that where Wei Ko asked for peace of mind, Song Tsan asked to be cleansed of faults. To him there is attributed a celebrated poem called the Xin Xin Mi, the treatise on faith in the mind. If Song Tsan was indeed its author, this poem is the first clear and comprehensive statement of Zen. Its Taoist flavor is apparent in the opening lines. The perfect Tao is without difficulty, save that it avoids picking and choosing. And again, follow your nature and accord with the Tao. Saunter along and stop worrying. If your thoughts are tied, you spoil what is genuine. Don't be antagonistic to the world of the senses, for when you are not antagonistic to it, it turns out to be the same as complete awakening. A wise person does not strive Wu Wei. The ignorant man ties himself up. If you work on your mind with your mind, how can you avoid an immense confusion? Not only is the poem full of such Taoist terms as Wu Wei and Zhu Ran, spontaneity, but its whole attitude is that of letting one's mind alone and trusting it to follow its own nature, in contrast to the more typically Indian attitude of bringing it under rigid control and shutting out the experience of it. The fourth patriarch, following Song Tsan, is believed to have been Dao Xin, 579 to 651. When he came to Song Tsan, he asked, "What is the method of liberation?" "Who binds you?" replied Song Tsan. "No one binds me." "Why then," asked Song Tsan, "should you seek liberation?" And this was Dao Xin's Satori. The Chuan Tonglu records a fascinating encounter between Dao Xin and the sage Fa Yun, who lived in a lonely temple on Mount Mutu and was so holy that the birds used to bring him offerings of flowers. As the two men were talking, a wild animal roared close by, and Dao Xin jumped. Fa Yun commented, "I see it is still with you," referring, of course, to the instinctive passion, klesa, of fright. Shortly afterwards, while he was for a moment unobserved, Dao Xin wrote the Chinese character for Buddha on the rock where Fa Yun was accustomed to sit. When Fa Yun returned to sit down, he saw the sacred name and hesitated to say it. "I see," said Dao Xin, "it is still with you." At this remark, Fa Yun was fully awakened, and the birds never brought any more flowers. The fifth patriarch, and here we begin to enter a more reliable chapter of history, was Hun Ran, 601 to 675. At his first meeting with Hun Ran, the patriarch asked, "What is your name?" "Xin." "I have a nature," Xin replied Hun Ran, punning, "but it's no usual nature." "What is this name?" inquired the patriarch, missing the pun. "It's Buddha nature." "You have no name then?" "That's because it's an empty nature." Hun Ran was apparently the first of the patriarchs to have any large following, for it is said that he presided over a group of some 500 monks in a monastery on the Yellow Plum Mountain, Wangmei Shan, at the eastern end of modern Hubei. He is, however, much overshadowed by his immediate successor, Wei Neng, 637 to 713, whose life and teaching marked the definitive beginning of a truly Chinese Zen, of Zen as it flourished during what was later called the epoch of Zen activity, the latter 200 years of the Tang Dynasty, from about 700 to 906. One must not overlook Wei Neng's contemporaries, for he lived at a time which was most creative for Chinese Buddhism as a whole. The great translator and traveler Chuan Song had returned from India in 645 and was expounding the Vijnapati Mantra, representation-only doctrines of the Yogacara Taegong, based on the Avatamsaka Sutra, and which later provided Zen with a formal philosophy. Nor must we forget that not so long before these two men, Jig Kai, 538 to 597, had written his remarkable treatise on the Mahayana method of cessation and contemplation, containing the fundamental teaching of the Tiantai school, which is in many ways close to Zen. Much of Jig Kai's treatise foreshadows in both content and terminology the doctrines of Wei Neng and some of his immediate successors. Wei Neng is said to have had his first awakening when, almost as a boy, he happened to overhear someone reading the Vajracchedika. He set out almost at once for Hun Ran's monastery at Wangmei to have his understanding confirmed and to receive further instructions. We should note, for future reference, that his original satori occurred spontaneously, without the benefit of a master, and that his biography represents him as an illiterate peasant from the neighborhood of Canton. Apparently, Hun Ran immediately recognized the depth of his insight, but fearing that his humble origins might make him unacceptable in a community of scholarly monks, the patriarch put him to work in the kitchen compound. Sometime later, the patriarch announced that he was looking for a successor to whom he might transmit his office, together with the robe and begging bowl, said to have been handed down from the Buddha, which were its insignia. This honor was to be conferred upon the person who submitted the best poem, expressing his understanding of Buddhism. The chief monk of the community was then a certain Shan Shu, and all the others naturally assumed that the office would go to him, and so made no attempt to compete. Shan Shu, however, was in doubt as to his own understanding, and decided to submit his poem anonymously, claiming authorship only if the patriarch approved of it. During the night, then, he posted the following lines in the corridor near the patriarch's quarters. "The body is the Bodhi tree, the mind like a bright mirror standing. Take care to wipe it all the time, and allow no dust to cling." The following morning, the patriarch read the poem and ordered incense to be burned before it, saying that all who put it into practice would be enabled to realize their true nature. But when Shan Shu came to him in private and claimed authorship, the patriarch declared that his understanding was still far from perfect. On the following day, another poem appeared beside the first. "There never was a Bodhi tree, nor bright mirror standing. Fundamentally, not one thing exists. So where is the dust to cling?" The patriarch knew that only Wei Neng could have written this, but to avoid jealousy, he rubbed out the poem with his shoe and summoned Wei Neng to his room secretly, by night. Here he conferred the patriarchate, the robe, and the bowl upon him, and told him to flee into the mountains until the hurt feelings of the other monks had subsided and the time was ripe for him to begin his public teaching. A comparison of the two poems shows at once the distinctive flavor of Wei Neng's Zen. Shan Shu's poem reflects what was apparently the general and popular view of dhyana practice in Chinese Buddhism. It was obviously understood as the discipline of sitting meditation, Sochang, in which the mind was purified by an intense concentration which would cause all thoughts and attachments to cease. Taken rather literally, many Buddhist and Taoist texts would substantiate this view, that the highest state of consciousness is a consciousness empty of all contents, all ideas, feelings, and even sensations. Today in India, this is a very prevalent notion of samadhi. But our own experience with Christianity should make this type of literalism, even in high circles, rather familiar. Wei Neng's position was that a man with an empty consciousness was no better than a block of wood or a lump of stone. He insisted that the whole idea of purifying the mind was irrelevant and confusing, because our own nature is fundamentally clear and pure. In other words, there is no analogy between consciousness or mind and a mirror that can be wiped. The true mind is no mind, wuxing, which is to say that it is not to be regarded as an object of thought or action, as if it were a thing to be grasped and controlled. The attempt to work on one's own mind is a vicious circle. To try to purify it is to be contaminated with purity. Obviously, this is the Taoist philosophy of naturalness, according to which a person is not genuinely free, detached, or pure when his state is the result of an artificial discipline. He is just imitating purity, just faking clear awareness. Hence the unpleasant self-righteousness of those who are deliberately and methodically religious. Wei Nong's teaching is that instead of trying to purify or empty the mind, one must simply let go of the mind, because the mind is nothing to be grasped. Letting go of the mind is also equivalent to letting go of the series of thoughts and impressions, nian, which come and go in the mind, neither repressing them, holding them, nor interfering with them. Thoughts come and go of themselves, for through the use of wisdom, there is no blockage. This is the samadhi of prajna and natural liberation. Such is the practice of no thought, wu nian. But if you do not think of anything at all and immediately command thoughts to cease, this is to be tied in a knot by a method, and is called an obtuse view. Of the usual view of meditation practice, he said, to concentrate on the mind and to contemplate it until it is still is a disease and not dhyana. To restrain the body by sitting up for a long time. Of what benefit is this towards the Dharma? And again, if you start concentrating the mind on stillness, you will merely produce an unreal stillness. What does the word meditation, so-chan, mean? In this school, it means no barriers, no obstacles. It is beyond all objective situations, whether good or bad. The word sitting, so, means not to stir up thoughts in the mind. In counteracting the false dhyana of mere empty-mindedness, Wei Nong compares the great void to space and calls it great not just because it is empty, but because it contains the sun, moon, and stars. True dhyana is to realize that one's own nature is like space, and that thoughts and sensations come and go in this original mind like birds through the sky, leaving no trace. Awakening, in his school, is sudden because it is for quick-witted rather than slow-witted people. The latter must of necessity understand gradually, or more exactly, after a long time, since the sixth patriarch's doctrine does not admit of stages or growth. To be awakened at all is to be awakened completely. For having no parts or division, the Buddha nature is not realized bit by bit. His final instructions to his disciples contain an interesting clue to the later development of the Mondo, or question-answer method of teaching. If, in questioning you, someone asks about being, answer with non-being. If he asks about non-being, answer with being. If he asks about the ordinary man, answer in terms of the sage. If he asks about the sage, answer in terms of the ordinary man. By this method of opposites, mutually related, there arises an understanding of the middle way. For every question that you are asked, respond in terms of its opposite. Wei Nong died in 713, and with his death, the institution of the Patriarchate ceased, for the genealogical tree of Zen put forth branches. Wei Nong's tradition passed to 5 disciples. Huai Rong died 775, Qing Yuan died 740, Shen Hui 668 to 770, Xuan Jue 665 to 713, and Wei Jung 677 to 744. The spiritual descendants of Huai Rong and Xing Su live on today as the two principal schools of Zen in Japan, the Rinzai and the Soto. In the 2 centuries following the death of Wei Nong, the proliferation of lines of descent and schools of Zen is quite complex, and we need do no more than consider some of the more influential individuals. The writings and records of Wei Nong's successors continue to be concerned with naturalness, on the principle that the true mind is no mind, and that our true nature is no special nature. It is likewise stressed that the true practice of Zen is no practice, that is, the seeming paradox of being a Buddha without intending to be a Buddha. According to Shen Wei, if one has this knowledge, it is contemplation, samadhi, without contemplating, wisdom, prajna, without wisdom, practice, without practicing. All cultivation of concentration is wrong-minded from the start, for how, by cultivating concentration, could one obtain concentration? If we speak of working with the mind, does this working consist in activity or inactivity of the mind? If it is inactivity, we should be no different from vulgar fools. But if you say that it is activity, It is then in the realm of grasping, and we are bound up by the passions. Klesa. What way, then, should we have of gaining deliverance? The Sravakas cultivate emptiness, dwell in emptiness, and are bound by it. They cultivate concentration, dwell in concentration, and are bound by it. They cultivate tranquility, dwell in tranquility, and are bound by it. If working with the mind is to discipline one's mind, how could this be called deliverance? In the same vein, Xuanzhui begins his celebrated poem, The Song of Realizing the Tao, Zheng Dao Ge. See you not that easygoing man of Tao, who has abandoned learning and does not strive, Wu Wei. He neither avoids false thoughts nor seeks the truth, for ignorance is in reality the Buddha nature, and this illusory, changeful, empty body is the Dharma body. The following story is told of Wai Rong, initiating into Zen his great successor, Ma Zu, died 1788, who was at the time practicing sitting meditation at the monastery at Chuanfa. Your Reverence, asked Wai Rong, what is the objective of sitting in meditation? The objective, answered Ma Zu, is to become a Buddha. Thereupon, Wai Rong picked up a floor tile and began to polish it on a rock. What are you doing, master? Asked Ma Zu. I am polishing it for a mirror, said Wai Rong. How could polishing a tile make a mirror? How could sitting in meditation make a Buddha? Ma Zu was the first Zen master celebrated for strange words and extraordinary behavior, and is described as one who walked like a bull and glared like a tiger. When a monk asked him, how do you get into harmony with the Tao? Ma Zu replied, I am already out of harmony with the Tao. He was the first to answer questions about Buddhism by hitting the questioner, or by giving a loud shout, ho. Sometimes, however, he was more discursive, and one of his lectures takes up the problem of discipline thus. The Tao has nothing to do with discipline. If you can say that it is attained by discipline, when the discipline is perfected, it can again be lost. Or finishing the discipline turns out to be losing the Tao. If you say that there is no discipline, this is to be the same as ordinary people. Xing Su's disciple Shi Tu, 700 to 790, in the line of Soto Zen, was even more forthright. My teaching, which has come down from the ancient Buddhas, is not dependent on meditation, dhyana, or on diligent application of any kind. When you attain the insight as attained by the Buddha, you realize that mind is Buddha, and Buddha is mind. That mind, Buddha, sentient beings, Bodhi and Klesa, are of one and the same substance, while they vary in names. His interesting name, Stonehead, is attributed to the fact that he lived on top of a large rock near the monastery of Hengzhu, with Ma Zu's disciple Nun Chuan, 748 to 834, and his successor Zhao Zhu, 778 to 897. The teaching of Zen became peculiarly lively and disturbing. The Wu Men Guan tells us how Nun Chuan interrupted a dispute among his monks as to the ownership of a cat by threatening to cleave the animal with his spade if none of the monks could say a good word, that is, give an immediate expression of his Zen. There was dead silence, so the master cut the cat in two. Later in the day, Nun Chuan recounted the incident to Zhao Zhu, who at once put his shoes on his head and left the room. If you had been here, said Nun Chuan, the cat would have been saved. Zhao Zhu is said to have had his awakening after the following incident with Nun Chuan. Zhao Zhu asked, what is the Tao? The master replied, your ordinary, that is, natural mind is the Tao. How can one return into accord with it? By intending to accord, you immediately deviate. But without intention, how can one know the Tao? The Tao, said the master, belongs neither to knowing or not knowing. Knowing is false understanding. Not knowing is blind ignorance. If you really understand the Tao beyond doubt, it's like the empty sky. Why drag in right and wrong? When Zhao Zhu was asked whether a dog has Buddha nature, which is certainly the usual Mahayana doctrine, he gave the one word, no, wu, Japanese, mu. When a monk asked him for instruction, he merely inquired whether he had eaten his gruel, and then added, go wash your bowl. When asked about the spirit which remains when the body is decomposed, he remarked, this morning, it's windy again. Ma Zu had another notable disciple in Bozheng, 720 to 814, who is said to have organized the first purely Zen community of monks, and to have laid down its regulations on the principle that a day of no working is a day of no eating. Since his time, a strong emphasis on manual work and some degree of self-support has been characteristic of Zen communities. It might be remarked here that these are not exactly monasteries in the Western sense. They are rather training schools, from which one is free to depart at any time without censure. Some members remain monks for their whole lives. Others become secular priests in charge of small temples. Still others may return to lay life. To Bojung is attributed the famous definition of Zen: when hungry, eat; when tired, sleep. He is said to have had his satori when Madzu shouted at him and left him deaf for 3 days, and to have been in the habit of pointing out the Zen life to his disciples with the saying, "Don't claim, don't seek." For when asked about seeking for the Buddha nature, he answered, "It's much like riding an ox in search of an ox." Bojung's student Wang Bo died 850, is also of considerable importance in this period. Not only was he the teacher of the great Lin Ji, but he was also the author of the Chuan Xin Fa Ya, or Treatise on the Essentials of the Doctrine of Mind. The content of this work is essentially the same body of doctrine as is found in Wei Neng, Shen Wei, and Ma Zu, but it contains some passages of remarkable clarity, as well as some frank and careful answers to questions at the end. By their very seeking for it, the Buddha nature, they produce the contrary effect of losing it. For that is using the Buddha to seek for the Buddha, and using mind to grasp mind. Even though they do their utmost for a full kalpa, they will not be able to attain it. If those who study the Tao do not awake to this mind substance, they will create a mind over and above mind, seek the Buddha outside themselves, and remain attached to forms, practices, and performances, all of which is harmful and not the way to supreme knowledge. Much of it is devoted to a clarification of what is meant by the void, and by the terms no mind, wu xin, and no thought, wu nian, all of which are carefully distinguished from literal blankness or nothingness. The use of Taoist language and ideas is found throughout the text. Fearing that none of you will understand, they, the Buddhas, gave it the name Tao, but you must not base any concept upon that name. So it is said that when the fish is caught, the trap is forgotten. From Zhuangzi, when body and mind achieve spontaneity, the Tao is reached, and universal mind can be understood. In former times, men's minds were sharp. Upon hearing a single sentence, they abandoned study, and so came to be called the sages who, abandoning learning, rest in spontaneity. In these days, people only seek to stop themselves with knowledge and production, placing great reliance on written explanation, and calling all this the practice. It appears, however, that Wang Bo's personal instruction of his disciples was not always so explanatory. Lin Ji, Japanese Rinzai, died 867, could never hear word of it. Every time he attempted to ask a question, Wang Bo struck him, until in desperation he left the monastery and sought the advice of another master, Da Yu, who scolded him for being so ungrateful for Wang Bo's grandmotherly kindness. This awakened Lin Ji, who again presented himself before Wang Bo. This time, however, it was Lin Ji who did this breaking, saying, "There is not so much in Wang Bo's Buddhism after all." The record of Lin Ji's teacher, the Lin Ji Lu, Japanese Rinzai Roku, shows a character of immense vitality and originality, lecturing his students in informal and often somewhat racy language. It is as if Lin Ji were using the whole strength of his personality to force the student into immediate awakening. Again and again, he berates them for not having enough faith in themselves, for letting their minds gallop around in search of something which they have never lost, and which is right before you at this very moment. Awakening for Lin Ji seems primarily a matter of nerve, the courage to let go without further delay in the unwavering faith that one's natural, spontaneous functioning is the Buddha mind. His approach to conceptual Buddhism, to the student's obsession with stages to be reached and goals to be attained, is ruthlessly iconoclastic. Why do I talk here? Only because you followers of the Tao go galloping around in search of the mind and are unable to stop it. On the other hand, the ancients acted in a leisurely way, appropriate to circumstances, as they arose. Oh, you followers of the Tao, when you get my point of view, you will sit in judgment on top of the Buddha's heads. Those who have completed the 10 stages will seem like underlings, and those who have arrived at supreme awakening will seem as if they had pangs around their necks. The Arhans and Pratyeka Buddhas are like a dirty privy. Bodhi and Nirvana are like hitching posts for a donkey. On the importance of the natural or unaffected wu-shi life, he is especially emphatic. There is no place in Buddhism for using effort. Just be ordinary and nothing special. Relieve your bowels, pass water, put on your clothes, and eat your food. When you're tired, go and lie down. Ignorant people may laugh at me, but the wise will understand. As you go from place to place, if you regard each one as your own home, they will all be genuine. For when circumstances come, you must not try to change them. Thus, your usual habits of feeling, which make karma for the 5 hells, will of themselves become the great ocean of liberation. And on creating karma through seeking liberation, outside the mind there is no dharma, and inside also there is nothing to be grasped. What is it that you seek? You say on all sides that the Tao is to be practiced and put to the proof. Don't be mistaken. If there is anyone who can practice it, this is entirely karma, making for birth and death. You talk about being perfectly disciplined in your six senses and in the 10,000 ways of conduct. But as I see it, all this is creating karma. To seek the Buddha and to seek the Dharma is precisely making karma for the hells. In Manzu, Nanchuan, Jiaju, Huangbo, and Binji, we can see the flavor of Zen at its best. Taoist and Buddhist as it is in its original inspiration, it is also something more. It is so earthly, so matter-of-fact, and so direct. The difficulty of translating the records of these masters is that their style of Chinese is neither classical nor modern, but rather the colloquial speech of the Tang Dynasty. Its naturalness is less refined, less obviously beautiful than that of the Taoist sages and poets. It is almost rough and common. I say almost, because the expression is not really correct. We are at a loss for parallels from other cultures for comparison, and the Western student can best catch its flavor through observing the works of art which it was subsequently to inspire. The best image might be a garden consisting of no more than an expanse of raked sand, as a ground for several unhewn rocks overgrown with lichens and moss, such as one may see today in the Zen temples of Kyoto. The media are the simplest imaginable. The effect is as if man had hardly touched it, as if it had been transported unchanged from the seashore. But in practice, only the most sensitive and experienced artists can achieve it. This sounds, of course, as though Zen flavor were a studied and effective primitivism. Sometimes it is. But the genuine Zen flavor is when a man is almost miraculously natural, without intending to be so. His Zen life is not to make himself, but to grow that way. Thus it should be obvious that the naturalness of these Tang masters is not to be taken just literally, as if Zen were merely to glory in being a completely ordinary, vulgar fellow who scatters ideals to the wind and behaves as he pleases. For this would in itself be an affectation. The naturalness of Zen flourishes only when one has lost effectiveness and self-consciousness of every description. But a spirit of this kind comes and goes like the wind, and is the most impossible thing to institutionalize and preserve. Yet in the late Tang Dynasty, the genius and vitality of Zen was such that it was coming to be the dominant form of Buddhism in China, though its relation to other schools was often very close. Zheng Mi, 779 to 841, was simultaneously a Zen master and the fifth patriarch of the Huayan school, representing the philosophy of the Avatamsaka Sutra. This extremely subtle and mature form of Mahayana philosophy was employed by Dung Sheng, 807 to 869, in developing the doctrine of the five ranks, Wu Wen, concerning the fivefold relationship of the absolute, Cheng, and the relative, Pian, and was related by his student, Cao Shan, 840 to 901, to the philosophy of the I Ching, the Book of Changes. Fa Yin, 885 to 958, and Fen Yun, 947 to 1024, were also influential masters who made a deep study of the Huayan, and to this day it constitutes, as it were, the intellectual aspect of Zen. On the other hand, such masters as Dai Zhao, 891 to 972, and Yan Shu, 904 to 975, maintained close relations with the Tian Tai and Pure Land schools. In 845, there was a brief but vigorous persecution of Buddhism by the Taoist Emperor Wu Zeng. Temples and monasteries were destroyed, their lands confiscated, and the monks compelled to return to lay life. Fortunately, his enthusiasm for Taoist alchemy soon involved him in experiments with the elixir of immortality, and from partaking of this concoction, he shortly died. Zen had survived the persecution better than any other school, and now entered into a long era of imperial and popular flavor. Hundreds of monks thronged to its wealthy monastic institutions, and the fortunes of the school so prospered, and its numbers so increased, that the preservation of its spirit became a very serious problem. Popularity almost invariably leads to a deterioration of quality, and as Zen became less of an informal spiritual movement and more of a settled institution, it underwent a curious change of character. It became necessary to standardize its methods and to find means for the masters to handle students in large numbers. There were also the special problems which arise for monastic communities when their membership increases, their traditions harden, and their novices tend more and more to be mere boys without natural vocation, sent for training by their pious families. The effect of this last factor upon the development of institutional Zen can hardly be underestimated. For the Zen community became less an association of mature men with spiritual interests and more of an ecclesiastical boarding school for adolescent boys. Under such circumstances, the problem of discipline became paramount. The Zen masters were forced to concern themselves not only with the way of liberation from convention, but also with the instilling of convention, of ordinary manners and morals in raw youths. The mature Western student who discovers an interest in Zen as a philosophy or as a way of liberation must be careful to keep this in mind, for otherwise he may be unpleasantly startled by monastic Zen as it exists today in Japan. He will find that Zen is a discipline enforced with the big stick. He will find that although it is still an effective way of liberation at its upper end, its main preoccupation is with a disciplinary regimen which trains character in the same way as old-fashioned British public schools or the Jesuit novitiate. But it does the job remarkably well. The Zen type is an extremely fine type as types go. Self-reliant, humorous, clean and orderly to a fault, energetic, though unhurried, and hard as nails, without lack of keen aesthetic sensibility. The general impression of these men is that they have the same sort of balance as the Daruma doll. They are not rigid, but no one can knock them down. Still another crucial problem arises when a spiritual institution comes into prosperity and power. The very human problem of competition for office, and of who has the right to be a master. Concern for this problem is reflected in the writing of the Chuan Dun Lu, or Record of the Transmission of the Lamp, by Dao Yuan, in about 1004. For one of the main objects of this work was to establish a proper apostolic succession for the Zen tradition, so that no one could claim authority unless his satori had been approved by someone who had been approved, right back to the time of the Buddha himself. Nothing, however, is more difficult than establishing proper qualifications in the imponderable realm of spiritual insight. Where the candidates are few, the problem is not so grave, but where one master is responsible for some hundreds of students, the process of teaching and testing requires standardization. Zen solved this problem with remarkable ingenuity, employing a means which not only provided a test of competence, but, what was much more, a means of transmitting the Zen experience itself with a minimum of falsification. This extraordinary invention was the system of the Gun'an, Japanese koan, or Zen problem. Literally, this term means a public document or case, in the sense of a decision creating a legal precedent. Thus, the koan system involves passing a series of tests based on the mondo, or anecdotes of the old masters. One of the beginning koans is Zhao Ju's answer, wu, or no, to the question as to whether a dog has Buddha nature. The student is expected to show that he has experienced the meaning of the koan by a specific and usually nonverbal demonstration, which he has to discover intuitively. The period of prosperity, which came with the 10th and 11th centuries, was attended by a sense of loss of spirit, which in turn gave rise to much study of the great Tang masters. Their anecdotes were subsequently collected in such anthologies as the Bi Yen Lu, 1125, and the Wu Men Koan, 1229. The use of these anecdotes for the koan method was originated by Yuan Wu, 1063 to 1135, and his disciple Da Hui, 1089 to 1163, in the 10th or 11th generation of descent from Lin Ji. However, something which already began to resemble it was employed by Huang Lun, 1002 to 1069, in order to cope with his particularly large following. He devised 3 test questions known as Huang Lun's 3 barriers. Question: everybody has a place of birth. Where is your place of birth? Answer: early this morning I ate white rice gruel. Now I'm hungry again. Question: how is my hand like the Buddha's hand? Answer: playing the lute under the moon. Question: how is my foot like a donkey's foot? Answer: when the white heron stands in the snow, it has a different color. No doubt the answers given were the original replies to the questions, but later the problem becomes both the question and its answer, for the student is expected to see into the relationship between the two, which, to say the least, is none too obvious. For the moment, it is enough to say that every koan has a point, which is some aspect of Zen experience, that its point is often concealed by being made very much more apparent than one would expect, and that koans are concerned not only with the primary awakening to the void, but also with its subsequent expression in life and thought. The koan system was developed in the Linji Rinzai school of Zen, but not without opposition. The Soto school felt that it was much too artificial, whereas the koan advocates used this technique as a means for encouraging that overwhelming feeling of doubt, I Jing, which they felt to be essential as a prerequisite for Satori. The Soto school argued that it lent itself too easily to that very seeking for Satori, which thrusts it away, or, what is worse, induces an artificial Satori. Adherents of the Rinzai school sometimes say that the intensity of the Satori is proportionate to the intensity of the feeling of doubt, of blind seeking, which precedes it. But for Soto, this suggests that such a Satori has a dualistic character, and is thus no more than an artificial emotional reaction. Thus, the Soto view was that the proper dhyana lay in motiveless action, wu wei, in sitting just to sit, or walking just to walk. The two schools therefore came to be known respectively as Kanhua Zen, observing the anecdote Zen, and Mojiao Zen, silently illumined Zen. The Rinzai school of Zen was introduced into Japan in 1191 by the Japanese Tiantai monk Eisai, 1141 to 1215, who established monasteries at Kyoto and Kamakura under imperial patronage. The Soto school was introduced in 1227 by the extraordinary genius Dogen, 1200 to 1253, who established the great monastery of Eiheiji, refusing, however, to accept imperial favors. It should be noted that Zen arrived in Japan shortly after the beginning of the Kamakura era, when the military dictator Yoritomo and his samurai followers had seized power from the hands of the then somewhat decadent nobility. This historical coincidence provided the military class, the samurai, with a type of Buddhism which appealed to them strongly because of its practical and earthy qualities, and because of the directness and simplicity of its approach. Thus, there arose that peculiar way of life called Bushido, the Tao of the warrior, which is essentially the application of Zen to the arts of war. The association of the peace-loving doctrine of the Buddha with the military arts has always been a puzzle to Buddhists of other schools. It seems to involve the complete divorce of awakening from morality. But one must face the fact that, in its essence, the Buddhist experience is a liberation from conventions of every kind, including the moral conventions. On the other hand, Buddhism is not a revolt against convention. And in societies where the military caste is an integral part of the conventional structure, and the warrior's role an accepted necessity, Buddhism will make it possible for him to fulfill that role as a Buddhist. The medieval cult of chivalry should be no less of a puzzle to the peace-loving Christian. The contribution of Zen to Japanese culture has by no means been confined to Bushido. It has entered into almost every aspect of the people's life: their architecture, poetry, painting, gardening, their athletics, crafts, and trades. It has penetrated the everyday language and thought of the most ordinary folk. For by the genius of such Zen monks as Dogen, Hakuin, and Bankei, and by such poets as Ryokan and Basho, and by such a painter as Sesshu, Zen has been made extraordinarily accessible to the common mind. Dogen, in particular, made an incalculable contribution to his native land. His immense work, the Shobogenzo, Treasury of the Eye of the True Doctrine, was written in the vernacular and covered every aspect of Buddhism, from its formal discipline to its profoundest insights. His doctrine of time, change, and relativity is explained with the aid of the most provoking poetic images, and it is only regrettable that no one has yet had the time and talent to translate this work into English. Hakuin, 1685 to 1768, reconstituted the Koan system, and is said to have trained no less than 80 successors in Zen. Bankei, 1622 to 1693, found a way of presenting Zen with such ease and simplicity that it seemed almost too good to be true. He spoke to large audiences of farmers and country folk, but no one important seems to have dared to follow him. Meanwhile, Zen continued to prosper in China until well into the Ming Dynasty, 1368 to 1643, when the divisions between the various schools of Buddhism began to fade, and the popularity of the Pure Land school, with its easy way of invoking the name of Amitabha, began to be fused with koan practice, and at last to absorb it. A few Zen communities seem to have survived to the present day, but so far as I've been able to study them, their emphasis inclines either to Soto or to the more occultist preoccupations of Tibetan Buddhism. In either case, their view of Zen seems to be involved with a somewhat complex and questionable doctrine of man's psychic anatomy, which would appear to derive from Taoist alchemical ideas. The history of Chinese Zen raises one problem of great fascination. Both Rinzai and Soto Zen, as we find them in Japanese monasteries today, put enormous emphasis on Zazen, or sitting meditation, a practice which they follow for many hours of the day, attaching great importance to the correctness of posture and the way of breathing which it involves. To practice Zen is, to all intents and purposes, to practice Zazen, to which the Rinzai school adds Sanzen, the periodic visits of the master, Roshi, for presenting one's view of the koan. However, the Shun Wei Hojung E.G. records the following conversation between Shun Wei and a certain Chung. The master asked Dhyana master Chung, what method must be practiced to see into one's own nature? It is first of all necessary to apply oneself to the practice of sitting cross-legged in samadhi. Once samadhi is obtained, one must, by means of samadhi, awaken prajna in oneself. By prajna, one is able to see into one's own nature. Shun Wei. When one practices samadhi, isn't this a deliberate activity of the mind? Chung. Yes. Shun Wei. Then this deliberate activity of the mind is an activity of restricted consciousness, and how can it bring seeing into one's own nature? Chung. To see into one's own nature, it is necessary to practice samadhi. How could one see it otherwise? Shen Wei, all practice of samadhi is fundamentally a wrong view. How, by practicing samadhi, could one attain samadhi? We've already mentioned the incident between Ma Zhu and Wai Rong, in which the latter compared sitting in meditation to polishing a tile for a mirror. On another occasion, Wai Rong said, "To train yourself in sitting meditation, Zazen, is to train yourself to be a sitting Buddha. If you train yourself in Zazen, you should know that Zen is neither sitting nor lying. If you train yourself to be a sitting Buddha, you should know that the Buddha is not a fixed form. Since the Dharma has no fixed abode, it is not a matter of making choices. If you make yourself a sitting Buddha, this is precisely killing the Buddha. If you adhere to the sitting position, you will not attain the principle of Zen." This seems to be the consistent doctrine of all the Tang masters, from Huineng to Linji. Nowhere in their teachings have I been able to find any instruction in or recommendation of the type of Zazen, which is today the principal occupation of Zen monks. On the contrary, the practice is discussed time after time in the apparently negative fashion of the two quotations just cited. It could be assumed that Zazen was so much the normal rule of the Zen monk's life that our sources do not bother to discuss it, and that their teachings are designed solely for advanced students who have so mastered Zazen that the time has come to go beyond it. This, however, does not agree too well with the references to the enormous clerical and lay audiences attending some of the discourses, since it would be somewhat fantastic to suppose that China was swarming with accomplished yogis. The discourses frequently begin by saying, in a rather brief and offhand fashion, that these teachings are for those who are well trained in the Buddhist virtues. But this could mean no more than that they are for mature people who have mastered the ordinary social and moral conventions, and are therefore not in danger of using Buddhism as a pretext for rebellion against the common decencies. Alternatively, it could be assumed that the type of Zazen under criticism is Zazen practiced for a purpose, to get Buddhahood, instead of sitting just to sit. This would concur with the Soto objection to the Rinzai school, with its method of cultivating the state of great doubt by means of the koan. While the Soto is not quite fair to the Rinzai in this respect, this would certainly be a plausible interpretation of the early master's doctrine. However, there are several references to the idea that prolonged sitting is not much better than being dead. There is, of course, a proper place for sitting, along with standing, walking, and lying. But to imagine that sitting contains some special virtue is attachment to form. Thus, in the Tanjing, Huineng says, "A living man who sits and does not lie down, a dead man who lies down and does not sit. After all, these are just dirty skeletons." Even in Japanese Zen, one occasionally encounters a Zen practice which lays no special emphasis upon Zazen, but rather stresses the use of one's ordinary work as a means of meditation. This was certainly true of Bankei, and this principle underlies the common use of such arts as tea ceremony, flute playing, brush drawing, archery, fencing, and jujutsu as ways of practicing Zen. Perhaps then the exaggeration of Zazen in later times is part and parcel of the conversion of the Zen monastery into a boys' training school. To have them sit still for hours on end under the watchful eyes of monitors with sticks is certainly a sure method of keeping them out of mischief. Yet however much Zazen may have been exaggerated in the Far East, a certain amount of sitting just to sit might well be the best thing in the world for the jittery minds and agitated bodies of Europeans and Americans, provided they do not use it as a method of turning themselves into Buddhas. Part 2, Principles and Practice. Chapter 1, Empty and Marvelous. The opening words of the oldest Zen poem say that the perfect way, Tao, is without difficulty, save that it avoids picking and choosing. Only when you stop liking and disliking will all be clearly understood. A split hair's difference, and heaven and earth are set apart. If you want to get to the plain truth, be not concerned with right and wrong. The conflict between right and wrong is the sickness of the mind. The point is not to make an effort to silence the feelings and cultivate bland indifference. It is to see through the universal illusion that what is pleasant or good may be wrested from what is painful or evil. It was a first principle in Taoism that when everyone recognizes beauty as beautiful, there is already ugliness. When everyone recognizes goodness as good, there is already evil. To be and not to be arise mutually. Difficult and easy are mutually realized. Long and short are mutually contrasted. High and low are mutually positive. Before and after are in mutual sequence. To see this is to see that good without evil is like up without down, and that to make an ideal of pursuing the good is like trying to get rid of the left by turning constantly to the right. One is therefore compelled to go round in circles. The logic of this is so simple that one is tempted to think it over simple. The temptation is all the stronger because it upsets the fondest delusion of the human mind, which is that in the course of time, everything may be made better and better. For it is the general opinion that were this not possible, the life of man would lack all meaning and incentive. The only alternative to a life of constant progress is felt to be a mere existence, static and dead, so joyless and inane that one might as well commit suicide. The very notion of this only alternative shows how firmly the mind is bound in a dualistic pattern, how hard it is to think in any other terms than good or bad, or a muddy mixture of the two. Yet Zen is a liberation from this pattern, and its apparently dismal starting point is to understand the absurdity of choosing, of the whole feeling that life may be significantly improved by a constant selection of the good. One must start by getting the feel of relativity, and by knowing that life is not a situation from which there is anything to be grasped or gained, as if it were something which one approaches from outside, like a pie or a barrel of beer. To succeed is always to fail, in the sense that the more one succeeds in anything, the greater is the need to go on succeeding. To eat is to survive to be hungry. The illusion of significant improvement arises in moments of contrast, as when one turns from the left to the right on a hard bed. The position is better so long as the contrast remains, but before long the second position begins to feel like the first, and so one acquires a more comfortable bed, and for a while sleeps in peace. But the solution of the problem leaves a strange vacuum in one's consciousness, a vacuum soon filled by the sensation of another intolerable contrast, hitherto unnoticed, and just as urgent, just as frustrating as the problem of the hard bed. The vacuum arises because the sensation of comfort can be maintained only in relation to the sensation of discomfort, just as an image is visible to the eye only by reason of a contrasting background. The good and the evil, the pleasant and the painful are so inseparable, so identical in their difference, like the two sides of a coin, that fair is foul and foul is fair. Or, in the words of a poem in the Zenrin Kushu, to receive trouble is to receive good fortune. To receive agreement is to receive opposition. Another puts it more vividly. At dusk, the cock announces dawn. At midnight, the bright sun. Zen does not, for this reason, take the attitude that it is so futile to eat when hungry that one may as well starve, nor is it so inhuman as to say that when we itch, we should not scratch. Disillusionment with the pursuit of the good does not involve the evil of stagnation as its necessary alternative, for the human situation is like that of fleas on a hot griddle. None of the alternatives offer a solution, for the flea who falls must jump, and the flea who jumps must fall. Choosing is absurd, because there is no choice. To the dualistic mode of thought, it will therefore seem that the standpoint of Zen is that of fatalism, as opposed to free choice. When Mu Ju was asked, "We dress and eat every day, and how do we escape from having to put on clothes and eat food?" he answered, "We dress, we eat." "I don't understand," said the monk. "If you don't understand, put on your clothes and eat your food." On being asked how to escape from the heat, another master directed the questioner to the place where it is neither hot nor cold. When asked to explain himself, he replied, "In summer we sweat, in winter we shiver." Or as a poem puts it, "When cold, we gather round the hearth before the blazing fire. When hot, we sit on the bank of the mountain stream in the bamboo grove." And from this point of view, one can see the sun in the midst of the rain, scoop clear water from the heart of the fire. But the viewpoint is not fatalistic. It is not simply submission to the inevitability of sweating when it is hot, shivering when it is cold, eating when hungry, and sleeping when tired. Submission to fate implies someone who submits, someone who is the helpless puppet of circumstances. And for Zen, there is no such person. The duality of subject and object, of the knower and the known, is seen to be just as relative, as mutual, as inseparable as every other. We do not sweat because it is hot. The sweating is the heat. It is just as true to say that the sun is light because of the eyes as to say that the eyes see light because of the sun. The viewpoint is unfamiliar because it is our settled convention to think that heat comes first, and then, by causality, the body sweats. To put it the other way round is startling, like saying cheese and bread instead of bread and cheese. Thus, the Zenrin Kushu says, "Fire does not wait for the sun to be hot, nor the wind for the moon to be cool." This shocking and seemingly illogical reversal of common sense may perhaps be clarified by the favorite Zen image of the moon in the water. The phenomenon moon in the water is likened to human experience. The water is the subject, and the moon the object. When there is no water, there is no moon in the water, and likewise when there is no moon. But when the moon rises, the water does not wait to receive its image, and when even the tiniest drop of water is poured out, the moon does not wait to cast its reflection. For the moon does not intend to cast its reflection, and the water does not receive its image on purpose. The event is caused as much by the water as by the moon, and as the water manifests the brightness of the moon manifests the clarity of the water. Another poem in the Zen Rinpoche says, trees show the bodily form of the wind, waves give vital energy to the moon. To put it less poetically, human experience is determined as much by the nature of the mind and the structure of its senses as by the external objects whose presence the mind reveals. Men feel themselves to be victims or puppets of their experience because they separate themselves from their minds, thinking that the nature of the mind-body is something involuntarily thrust upon them. They think that they did not ask to be born, did not ask to be given a sensitive organism, be frustrated by alternating pleasure and pain. But Zen asks us to find out who it is that has this mind, and who it was that did not ask to be born before father and mother conceived us. Hence it appears that the entire sense of subjective isolation, of being the one who was given a mind, and to whom experience happens, is an illusion of bad semantics, a hypnotic suggestion of repeated wrong thinking. For there is no myself apart from the mind-body, which gives structure to my experience. It is likewise ridiculous to talk of this mind-body as something which was passively and involuntarily given a certain structure. It is that structure, and before the structure arose, there was no mind-body. Our problem is that the power of thought enables us to construct symbols of things apart from the things themselves. This.
That's awesome. I'll have to ask you about e-commerce later too. But not that we have time today. But can you also just tell us a little bit about? So you work.
Feel like with other people and relationships that you can influence them, that you can move them in a certain direction, either to get you to love you and treat you better, or either to stop annoying, irritating behaviors, or either to, wake up and find and do productive activities with your children, etc. You want to have the ability to influence people, to move them in a certain direction, either in your interest or in their interest, right? And once you have that need, and every single human being who's ever lived has that need, and we often don't recognize it because we're embarrassed by it. We're embarrassed by our desire for power, for our need to control. Every human being has it, right? And it's not easy because human beings are complicated. They don't, if you say, do this to your son, he'll do the opposite, or he'll do something else. You can't just force people in a direction, right? By being overt and telling them this is what you need to do, you create resentment, you create an enemy. They may say, yes, daddy, yes, husband, I'll do what you say, but they're going to resist you deep down inside, right? So people are tricky. They wear masks. They pretend to say one thing and they do another. They have their egos, and you inadvertently wound their egos or trip them in some way, and they react in a way that you don't expect. And so power is this kind of invisible realm that envelops society, where people are continually battling each other and struggling in it, but no one is like talking about it, no one's saying, this is exactly what I'm trying to do. And so when you enter the social world and the career world, you're not expecting these battles. No one's taught you, no one's trained you, your parents don't train you, nobody trains you. And you make mistakes, and you realize how political people are. If you're a sharp character, there's a certain percentage of them. You realize, wow, I can deceive people, I can manipulate them, I can get what I want, I can pretend to love them, and they'll fall for me, and I can do all this other stuff. But for most of us, the 95% of us who aren't sharks, and I'm including myself in that category, it's very, very disturbing to suddenly enter that world and see all that invisible power games on this no one's giving you any advice or helped you. And so take it out of the realm of it's just about trying to dominate the world and manipulate and exploit and abuse. It's something inside of you. You have this need, and your suppression of it will only make you come out in passive ways, and you won't be able to control certain things. If you want to move people, if you want them to follow your ideas, if you want them to be more aligned with your politics or your ideas, you have to be subtle. You have to learn psychology. You have to learn certain aspects of how to almost move people without them realizing it's in certain directions, which is like the art of seduction. And if you're not interested in that, if you're just going to tell people what you think and what you're going to do, that means you're not interested in practical action. You're not interested in results. You're just interested in venting your own frustrations or your own anger. So learning the subtle dynamics of power is extremely essential because we're a social animal. It doesn't mean that you're going to get dirty, that you're going to suddenly go out there and manipulate the hell out of people. Most of the 48 laws of power is about defense. But how to defend yourself from sharks out there. How to defend yourself from making classic mistakes, like outshining the master, like talking too much, like arguing with people instead of demonstrating your ideas, on and on and on. It's not an ugly thing. It actually makes you a better social individual. So that's how I like to frame it.
Very interesting. I think as a young guy growing up, it was so important to me to know where I fit in with my friend group. And I didn't think of it so much as a hierarchy, nor when I was in my academic studies did I think of it as a hierarchy, even though it was, clearly was, right? So much as the goal was to figure out where was my unique slot that I could do the most good for myself and others.
Right.
You know, kind of finding my spot. I don't want to say on a shelf because that it gives an image of something vertical, but you know, let's make it lateral. A lateral arrangement of different people with different strengths, different life purposes, trying to figure them out. You know, where should I be in order to express that and also feel connected to others? And in order to do that, I realize now, based on your answer, I did have to figure out, you know, who's trying to have power over, who's pretending that they don't want power, but is actually exerting power, you know, these sorts of things. And there's an incredible peace that comes from knowing that one is in the correct place, both profession, interpersonally, in relation to oneself, but also in the context of one's peer group. It's kind of knowing, yeah, this is where I belong. Because trying to gain power when one is trying to move to a position that isn't right for them or in a way that isn't right for them just seems so energetically costly.
Yeah.
It seems like a waste of a life, frankly.
Right.
You know, trying to gather resources simply to have them, to give the illusion of power, but then being afraid of losing them just sounds like a recipe for misery, as you pointed out.
Yeah.
You know, whereas figuring out where am I most powerful in the benevolent sense of the word, that seems like a good pursuit.
Well, it's connecting up to mastery again and finding your life's purpose. You know, I knew when I was young that I couldn't exert physical power because I was a skinny little runt, and I wasn't bullied. And in the end, you know, you might have been a jock, you might have been well in high school, but haha, look at me now. I'm not saying that's a beautiful thing, but that's part of human nature, the desire to actually, you know, prove yourself and find that niche that you belong to, so you don't have that kind of that sense of inferiority, which Alfred Adler, the psychologist, describes very eloquently. So a lot of it is kind of compensating when you're a child for things that are your weaknesses and finding what you're so good at that you do have that power and people can't bully you, right? And you're like now a famous neuroscientist, whereas they're like, who knows what they're doing. So power definitely is connected in some way to that inner sense of what you were meant to do, and you feel it with the ease and the connection that comes from it, right? So I can honestly say that my dislike of working for other people and office politics and egos, I now have an existence where I don't have to deal with any of that. And I'm so blessed, and I wake up every morning and I pray to God, thank God I found this, because it's the perfect lifestyle for me.
And you're, or can be accurately described as an intellectual beast. So it's which is like a compliment, right? We hear the word beast and we think a ferocious beast trying to harm others, but
I'm happy being a beast.
yeah, and so I think finding where we can be a beast, and for some people that's painting or
Yeah.
gardening or whatever it might be.
Sure.
I think is again ties back to these issues of or this quest for mastery. Seduction is also a very loaded word, right?
It's even more ugly than power.
Because seduction kind of drips with the idea that somebody is tricking someone else into doing something that they otherwise would not want to do. But seduction is both our propensity to do it and to have it done to us is hardwired into our nervous system and has a lot to do with the hypothalamus and a bunch of other areas that I won't bore us with the nomenclature. But seduction to me implies some sort of exchange. I suppose we could seduce ourselves through denial or convincing ourselves that of something, but more often than not, when we talk about seduction, we're talking about an interaction between two or more people. So what are some of the core principles of seduction? And if you care to play anthropologist a bit and a neuroscientist, I would invite that. Why do you think we have neural circuits in our brain that allow us to seduce and be seduced?
Well, I don't know how if I'm being kind of an armchair intellectual here, but my theory is some of it has to go back to social events long in our prehistory, which have to do with taboos. And society was initially kind of organized by a series of taboos, right? Most notably the taboo on incest. And what happens, it's just not my theory, it's the theory of the Malinowski is the so the moment a taboo enters the human brain, like you're not supposed to sleep with this woman, the desire arises inside of you to actually sleep with that woman. The sense of no, since that this is prohibited, stirs the desire, stirs the contrary impulses in humans. And we can be very, perverse creatures, right? So if you've ever tried to suppress a thought, you realize that it keeps coming up. You can't suppress it. Don't think of an elephant, Andrew. Whatever you do, don't think of an elephant. You're thinking of it because you can't help it, right? The idea that you're not supposed to desire this person stirs that actual desire. So I believe the sense of something being taboo and transgressive is the ultimate kind of origin of our desire for seduction. But seduction involves vulnerability. It involves somebody gets inside, somebody gets under our skin, right? And to do that, we have to let them in. So the person being seduced is in some ways, to a degree, complicit. Because if you just put up a wall and you said, no, I'm not going to be seduced, nothing will happen. But you have a vulnerability. You're letting that person into your psyche, into your inner space. The paradigm for that is early childhood. So Freud talks a lot about this. I don't know if people still believe in Freud anymore.
I certainly do.
Okay.
Absolutely. But the genius of both psychology and physiology. Wrong about a lot of things, did a lot of things he shouldn't have done. Let's acknowledge that. I think everyone would agree that sleeping with your patients and being a cocaine addict, bad ideas. But at the same time, he had absolute, like near supernatural levels of insight and brilliance into human nature.
Sleep with his patients.
I believe he did. But if I just threw that on him without him doing it, then forgive
Look,
me.
he certainly had emotional attachments to his patients that he shouldn't have had. I don't know if he slept with them, he very well might have. But his idea was that the child is seduced by the parent. You're in an extremely vulnerable position, right? Your life depends on them. And they're seducing you with their energy. You're letting them in, right? And that kind of creates a pattern for the rest of your life. And so, for instance, the feeling of being carried by your father and just being taken around physically is a form of seduction, because you don't know what he's going to do to you. You're very excited. You want that surprise, right? And to me, it's related to the seduction of a story. Stories are very seducing to us. We don't know where they're taking us. We don't know what the next chapter is, what's going to happen to this character or not. The surprise lowers our resistance and opens our mind up to what's going to happen next. Is a form of seduction. Fairy tales, the stories you were reading as a child, your interactions with your parents, they're deeply, deeply ingrained in you. You cannot be seduced unless you are vulnerable, right? And so I like to switch it around and get out of the negative connotations. Being vulnerable is actually a positive trait. I think a lot of people now in the world today, because things are so harsh and invasive, that people have become too invulnerable. They don't want to let anything in, right? And this now infects their relationships with other people. They don't want to be influenced. They want to be strong inside of themselves. They're afraid of giving into the other person, of surrendering to their influence.
Get advice from a
There's
fag.
actually
No matter how conservative the fag says he is.
power of another person, and then reverse that on and then spend it. So
Patience, please have a little
writer, sometimes they completely seduce me. Like Friedrich Nietzsche is one of my favorite writers. I let go of everything. I let him enter my brain, and I'm completely seduced. I let him lead me along. But then I encounter writers that I don't like at all. I'll mention one. Probably not a good thing, but Steven Pinker. I don't like Steven Pinker. I find him really annoying. Okay. But I forced myself to try and find a way to be seduced by him, to let him into my brain, to see where he's coming from, to open myself to the possibility that he could be correct. So vulnerability, letting people into your mental space, is a form of intelligence. It's a kind of an emotional and an intellectual intelligence.
And forgive me for interrupting, but I think it also implies a level of confidence, because empathy, or allowing oneself to be vulnerable to the point where you're seduced by something, by definition, if you're choosing to do it, implies that you also have the confidence that you can get back to yourself afterward, right? That you're not going to get lost in the circumstances. That you're not going to be hijacked to the point of no return,
Right.
or in some way that's detrimental to you.
That's right.
So it's sounded really nerdy here. It's collinear with confidence in many ways. Sure, like take my mind and take it where you will, because I know I can come back at any time.
Right. And the same thing in a romantic sense, right? You're opening yourself up to the charm, to the energy of the other person. But if they start displaying dark energy and you see that they're abusive or something's wrong, you have the ability to retreat.
Well, there it gets tricky.
It gets very tricky.
Well, because the attachment systems, which are also rooted in childhood, oftentimes can overwhelm one's ability to recover oneself. How many might have dollar for every time someone that I knew in my life saying, like, I know they're bad for me, but I just can't, we just can't seem to disengage. Like that, you hear about that all the time. I mean, you see court cases about this that are public, and you just go, why did they just walk away from one another? Well, because once those attachment systems are locked in, it almost becomes, and here metaphorically speaking, like a parent-child relationship. Like you can't suddenly decide your parents weren't your parents,
Right.
simply because you know better now. Right? You are forever stricken with the reality that they were, and they had an influence. And I think that attachment system is a force that tugs pretty hard.
Yeah, and a lot of women, I think, to me, since the art of seduction, sort of saying that their boyfriend or husband was applying some of these tactics on them. And it was very painful, and they were kind of a little bit angry at me for it. Then they kind of realized that they didn't learn it really from my book. It was already kind of wired in them. But that reading about these tactics and these strategies actually helped them to recognize what their husband or boyfriend was doing to them, the manipulation and the games that were being played.
Do men write to you and talk about the seductive adornments that women have used to bring them into relationship as well, or are you typically hearing from women?
I mostly hear from women complaining about men and how they've abused them and how they use some of these some of the strategies I don't deny have a slightly nefarious edge to them, because I didn't want to write a book about seduction that doesn't have that taboo element, because I say seduction involves the taboo, and I didn't want to censor myself.
But female to male seduction clearly also exists.
Very
And
much
it's
so.
less often, I acknowledge that it's less often is it physically abusive. But right, I mean, from an early age, both boys and girls, men and women, coached by society on the sorts of seductive tactics and adornments, right? I mean, everything from makeup, perfume, hairstyles, cars, watches, jewelry, expression, power displays of any kind. I mean, that stuff, the world's filled with that stuff.
Yeah, but men are generally kind of happy when a woman seduces them, right? Unless they're after their money or something like that, which happens. But generally the sense, I talk about this in the first chapter about sirens, which I would say is the quintessential archetype of the female seductress. The kind of half human, half bird creature on a rock, singing so beautifully that you have to jump in the water and then they kill you. And so the idea is that men want to let go, because men have to be so in control, so powerful. They have to project this image. They have a secret desire to let go and be almost dominated by a very powerful woman. A lot of men have that. I talk about some of the most powerful men in history: Julius Caesar, Mark Antony, Joe DiMaggio, all these men, very masculine men who've fallen for very feminine, siren-like women and been completely dominated by them. And they actually kind of enjoy the process, because it's like a sense of, I can let go, I can enter this totally sensual physical world. It's like another realm outside of my kind of cold masculine world, So I don't really get men complaining too much about women who've seduced them. Honestly, it's usually the other way around.
I'd like to take a quick break and thank our sponsor, Inside Tracker. Inside Tracker is a personalized nutrition platform that analyzes data from your blood and DNA to help you better understand your body and help you reach your health goals. I've long been a believer in getting regular blood work done, for the simple reason that many of the factors that impact your immediate and long-term health can only be analyzed from a quality blood test. A major problem with a lot of blood tests out there, however, is that you get information back about metabolic factors, lipids, and hormones, and so forth, but you don't know what to do with that information. With Inside Tracker, they make it very easy, because they have a personalized platform that allows you to see the levels of all those things, metabolic factors, lipids, hormones, etc., but it gives you specific directives that you can follow that relate to nutrition, behavioral modification, supplements, etc., that can help you bring those numbers into the ranges that are optimal for you. If you'd like to try Inside Tracker, you can go to insidetracker.com/Huberman to get 20% off any of Inside Tracker's plans. Again, that's insidetracker.com/Huberman. I've heard before, and I promise this is not an original idea that I'm pretending to have heard elsewhere, but my friend asked me to ask a sort of question, that in all sexual exchanges, there's a power exchange. Maybe you could elaborate on that, because as you were describing some of the seductive power dynamics that exist, a phrase that I've heard before came to mind, that at first made me chuckle, but then made me think quite deeply about this issue of the relationship between sexual power dynamics, which is this notion of topping from the bottom. If one is giving someone else the impression that they are more powerful, by virtue of the word giving, they actually hold some power, right? Power can be given or taken, but oftentimes seductive exchanges and sexual exchanges and romantic exchanges in particular are about both people buying into a temporary illusion. Let's pretend that you're in charge when actually I'm in charge. Okay, but I know that you think that you're in charge. Okay, let's just pretend none of that exists and just do X, right? And I think this is another example of covert contracts, and it's one that actually can potentially create a lot of problems post hoc, right? But I think the relationship between sex, romance, and power is an important area to explore in the context of this.
Well, I wrote The Art of Seduction with the idea that it was an art invented by women. It was invented by women who had no power, essentially, socially, politically, in any sense of the word, in domestically, right? But the one power that they could wield over a man was through sex, some physical attraction. And so they developed this art of kind of luring a man into their world through various theatrical effects, Cleopatra being kind of the archetype of this, and then luring the powerful man into this world. He has the illusion that he's the one pursuing her, but in fact, she is the one controlling the dynamic. So oftentimes the person who appears to be the weaker one in the relationship, who's not doing the pursuing, is actually inviting the pursuing, is actually leading the other person on. So there's a lot of kind of appearance games going on, and you can never really figure out who exactly is in control of the dynamic. Because one person is like allowing the other person to lead them on, but the fact that you're allowing them is a degree of power, is a degree of control, right? So it's very hard to figure out. And sex and power and romantic relationships are very much intertwined in us, physically, emotionally, neurologically. You can't avoid it, right? And so I think it's kind of dishonest to say that none of that exists, that it's like that there's some egalitarian paradise out of there when it's really not wired in us for that kind of relationship.
There's a recent scientific publication / factoid that I want to share with you in this context, because I'd like your thoughts on it. David Anderson, who's a phenomenal neurobiologist, he's been a guest on this podcast before. He's a professor at Caltech, studies basically the functions of the hypothalamus. So things like aggression, mating, and things of that sort. And does it so with great detail. He's a virtuoso of the hypothalamus. And he published a paper 2 years ago showing that indeed there are neural circuits in the brain of animals, and presumably in humans as well, that control sexual mounting behavior, but that there is actually a separate circuit for purely non-sexual mounting and physical power over that's expressed in animals. And anyone that's ever owned a dog and gone to the dog park will see same-sex mounting between dogs, or mounting between dogs that has apparently no sexual endpoint. Yeah. And in exploring this literature and some talking to David about it, it's very clear that there are neural circuits that have everything to do with essentially one animal of a species getting on top of the other animal, usually from behind, oftentimes scruffing or biting the back of the neck, and saying, I control you. It's often done in a playful context, especially between animals, not always aggressive, but there's a certain element of aggressive to it. But it essentially says, I decide whether or not you are mobile or not for this moment. And then and this is very important, I want to emphasize this is a circuit that is entirely separate from all of the reflexes associated with sexual behavior in males and females. I find this to be fascinating. And because we hear about power over, right? And we hear about power and we think about physical power over. But the idea that something as primitive as mounting, just like something as primitive as biting or as striking, has its own unique set of circuits in the brain, I think substantiates everything that you put in your books about power and maybe even seduction as well. So as I just kind of toss that out there for consideration, I wonder if you have any reflections on it. If not, feel free to just say I don't. But of course, but to me, this was a really important discovery, because I think everyone looks at mounting behavior and says, "Oh, that has to be sexual," and sometimes it's.
I see what you mean.
But it's not. That there seem to be a host of neural circuits in the brain that are really about defining who's on top, literally. It has nothing to do with sex.
Yeah, I'm sure that's true. I've never read anything about that, but I can say that I wrote a chapter in my new book about love, and that's a different thing than seduction. And I was trying to come up with an idea of love that does have an element of equality, that doesn't have this power dynamic going on in it.
I love that.
And kind of like the antithesis of my art of seduction, where I'm almost contradicting myself. And I was going into the biology of it, even into the physics of it. So there's a famous French biologist whose name escapes me. I'm sorry, I can't remember. From the 20s and 30s. And he was studying paramecium. And he found that he was studying them, they're in these ponds, etc. And he said that there was these moments where these single-celled organisms were suddenly coupling. They were all joining together, just one to one, and they were absorbing the membrane of one inside the other. They would go once one coupled to the, all the paramecium started joining up together, and they would sink to the bottom of the pond. And paramecium don't reproduce through sex. They reproduce through dividing themselves, right? Self-reproduction. And so he was saying that the desire to couple, to connect to someone so deeply where you absorb, one's absorbed in the other, is biologically wired into us. Goes back millions and millions and millions of years, and it's a desire, essentially, a biological desire for love, right? And it's an energy that permeates all it's not just about power and hierarchies, and that he was showing other creatures that had something similar going on. And, in physics, we talk about entanglement, and we also talk about, matter. If matter isn't opposed by a lot of kinetic energy, it joins together. Particles join together to form matter, et cetera, et cetera. So there's something in the universe that's trying to connect things to each other. So there's this kind of energy that exists in the world where we have a deep need to connect to somebody with outside of those power dynamics, right? Where there's a degree of equality, where we're drawn to each other, and we let go of the ego games, we let go of the playing, we kind of surmount our own physiology, our own hypothalamus, and we engage in this, I call it love sublime. And it involves the physical part. The sexual part is the trigger for it. Because when you have sex with someone, your body is suddenly permeable to their energy in a way that you cannot control it. It releases all kinds of chemicals in the brain that are very powerful. And oftentimes, that sense is too powerful and you react and you're afraid of it. You pull back. But if you don't react and you go further, then the mind also becomes permeable to the other person and their energy, their desire. And so then it kind of creates a spiraling effect where the physical and the mental connection reaches the state that I call love sublime. Now, it's an ideal. It doesn't really exist that much out there in the world today, but there are stories in history that illustrate it. And I believe that is a biological necessity for us to feel a deep, deep sense of connection. We normally ascribe that to religion, to God, etc. But I maintain the essence of love, the model for love, is between two human beings, straight or homosexual, doesn't matter. And that feeling of surmounting our own neurology, our own system, and entering this zone is deeply, deeply satisfying. We all want it. And it has to involve letting go of the power dynamics, and everything being equal. It's not that the other person is exactly like you. You recognize their difference. But as far as being worthy of attention, being worthy and respected, you leave all that other stuff outside. So there is a zone that's possible, that's outside this power dynamic that we're talking about.
I'm excited that you're writing about this. So this is for your next book.
Yeah.
I'm very excited. I couldn't help but think of some of the parallels between what you describe and what we're observing nowadays in the landscape of politics and social dynamics, where clearly there is no setting aside of egos. People feel both sides feel attacked. Everyone in between feels confused, like, why do I have to pick a side? And there seems to be no hint of a future where people are setting down their swords, which means, if we were to go with your earlier definition, which I like a lot, that nobody feels safe enough to be vulnerable enough to allow the union of people to occur, which is just a way of rewording, a bunch of other things, and not nearly as eloquently as you described it. But if setting aside of power dynamics and making oneself vulnerable is the key to accessing love in the romantic context, surely, but also in the societal context, what are the channels for that? I suppose there is the argument, not mine, that everyone should just take a boatload of psychedelics and see the interconnectedness of things. But that seems like an unrealistic route. I just don't see that being, 12th grade graduation curriculum. Nor do I think it would be healthy. To be clear, I think that we'd end up with a lot of expression of problems there. But short of a magic substance that could increase feelings of connectedness among everyone simultaneously, how are you going to save humanity, Robert?
Well, because I'm concerned about young people in particular with hookup culture, with pornography, et cetera, et cetera. It's kind of rewiring the human brain, and we're losing what I was just describing. And I see particularly a lot of young people, and I don't blame them because they've grown up in a world that's very chaotic and very hostile.
Could I say, I think it's, and not to be nitpicky here, but I love what you just said. I think in my mind, things like that are hijacking the hardwiring of the brain.
Okay.
And I'm
You're right,
just,
you're right,
no,
you're
no,
right.
no,
No,
again,
it's true.
forgive me, the audience is probably going,
You can't really rewire the brain.
Right.
Like that.
Well, I think we can expand and rewire upon our hardwiring, but so much of what you talk about in your books is about finding one's essence, but then also what I love about your books so much, many other things, is that it's about that dance between the hardwiring and the possible of through effort. So anyway, forgive me for
No,
being,
that's very accurate.
so yeah, how do you get us out of this?
Well, you're putting a big burden on me,
But I think you're up to it.
well, I try to do it in this chapter because I wanted to seduce the reader into the idea that this is something extremely pleasurable and extremely healthy. And the feeling of being vulnerable is a very positive attribute that will infect not just your romantic relationships, but will infect you mentally. So creative people are extremely vulnerable. They're extremely vulnerable to ideas. They're extremely vulnerable to the environment. And closing yourself off into your own ego, into yourself. So the chapter is called Escape the Prison of the Ego. And you're kind of trapped inside of yourself and your own thoughts and your own desires. It's like a prison. It's enclosing you and you want to escape somehow. And you escape through drugs, you escape through porn, but it doesn't lead to actually escaping. You want to be able to let go of the self and get out of this prison that you're in, right? And so it's a desire that we all have. And so I wanted to frame it as this incredibly positive dynamic that you can engage in. And the ability to be vulnerable to other people, to open yourself up and to say that, yeah, they might hurt me, but I'm strong enough to take it. And if they hurt me, I'll learn from it and I'll rebound. And I know that's a bit naive on my part, but I want you to at least have that feeling. Because a lot of young people write to me, they say, I can't fall in love anymore. I don't like that feeling. I feel the loss of control is too much. And a lot of their behavior patterns are creating this sense of control, which you can have when you're locked inside of yourself.
Hence, overindulgence in pornography, masturbation, etc. As a way to avoid understanding the fear about it in relation.
So, when you're young, you're idealistic. There's a lot of it. You have these dreams, these hopes. To let go of this possibility, which is deeply pleasurable and deeply therapeutic to be as a social matter. It's like the highest form of interaction. So my strategy in that chapter is to make such a wonderful portrayal of the pleasures that are awaiting you by letting go of your defenses, of letting go of all of your natural resistance factors, and opening yourself up to other people is a key to not just a romantic relationship, but to career success, to mental energy, to creativity, to being open in general, right? And so I don't think I could have a wide, a huge impact, but we'll see when the book comes out. But I'm advocating that sense of opening yourself up to the universe, to the cosmos itself, as an energy that permeates the world. And so that you don't want the feeling of being closed inside of your ego, inside of yourself. I want to make it so you feel the pain of that. Because you don't really feel the pain of it. You feel like it's comfortable for you. But I want to make it clear to you that it's not comfortable. It's deeply, deeply painful. And it's disconnecting you from some of the best experiences you can have in life. So I have that strategy. The only other hope I have is in the human spirit itself. So a lot of this is being caused by social media, I believe, right? And the instant and the kind of immediate gratification we can get in so many ways. And my hope is that young people get fed up and get just disgusted with all this disconnection and alienation in their life, and that they hunger from actually something more communal, more interactive, more real as opposed to virtual. And so that the human spirit can't be completely squashed by technology, etc. So I have that hope because we've gone through these cycles before in history where people have become very invulnerable, very locked and closed. And suddenly there's an explosion, a creative explosion like in the 1960s, like in the 1920s, like in 18th century Europe with Casanova, where selection reached its kind of apogee, etc. So it has kind of swung back and forth between these moments where humans get incredibly closed, bitter, partisan, and everything's conflict and everyone's divisive, etc. And suddenly it goes in the opposite direction. I have hope in that possibility, and I structured my chapter to perhaps sweep that a little bit along that tide, see if I can.
I think you just described conversations like it that stem from it are likely to have a tremendous impact. I think it's exactly what's needed now, and certainly I'll be to amplify that message. I agree with everything you said, and not just because you're sitting here as a guest on this podcast, but because it's clear to me that while power dynamics and seduction are wired into our human relations since the beginning of time, that we have reached a very challenging period in our history. It's somewhat of a relief to me to know that it's happened before, but in a context, we hear a lot about the swimming back and forth of someone named Uratia, Zishin's brother actually said that. So incredible thing. He said, no, it's not a pendulum that swims back and forth. Unfortunately, not. Right? So swimming back and forth and doing damage as it reaches its its extremes. And I think that I also look forward to a time where people acknowledge that the injustices around them and that have been done to them and others, and but somehow are able to transcend that. And the word that I'd like to pick up on there is the word justice. It was pointed out to me by someone I respect very much that having a sense of justice is a wonderful and important thing, and as humans, it's important to how we structure society. But I do think that a lot of the negative things that we see out there nowadays have something to do with the availability of ready availability of pornography, high density calorie food, etc., a bunch of things like that. But that one of the issues with social media, because it does have its positive aspects, but one of the negative issues in my mind is that it's a steady flow of examples of injustice. So all day long, you're just seeing things like that piss you off and that piss other people off, and for different reasons. But what was pointed out to me is that one of the key things about a sense of injustice is to be able to determine whether or not there's anything that you should do about it. And I think that everyone now feels a bit hijacked by all the injustices we see, because we feel like, well, we're supposed to do something about it. But it may be that while we can't let every injustice pass, that being bombarded all day long with things that upset us is hijacking our creativity, it's distracting us from our deeper purpose, it's preventing a sense of vulnerability that would lead to a sense of deep love, and on and on. So I don't think it's just about the lure, the tantalizing lures of sex, food, and looking at bodies and hearing voices on social media. I think there is some validity to that, but that it's also that there's just ample opportunity to go down the gravitational pull forces of injustice. Like, oh, that's so frustrating. Why are they doing that? I mean, I catch myself doing that. Talking to coworkers when I walk in about, did you see this thing? This is crazy. What's going on with it? They're crazy. When, as opposed to thinking about anything else in that moment. And I try and yank myself out of that. But I think that you're not going to do it alone, but I think you will play a major role in saving us from this. Because because people just need to see themselves through a different lens and realize this is distracting me from who I'm supposed to be.
Well, a lot of what modern life should involve is the ability to ignore certain things. So, for instance, I don't know if you know the app Nextdoor.
Oh, right. I used to have it, but then I'd see all the packages being stolen off my neighbors' porches in Oakland. And then I started enjoying living in Oakland less. And I love the city of Oakland. It's got its problems. You know, it has its problems. But as an East Bay kid, you know, and went to school out there, and, you know, like, I have deep love for the East Bay. And it's always had those problems. But when you see stuff being stolen on your phone in the middle of the night when you wake up, it creates a sense that, like, they're out to get my stuff.
Right.
It's terrible.
Right, and so I have it in my spam filter, but I look at it, and every headline is people stealing, somebody broke into somebody's house, this person's dog bit me, this rabid dog going around, there's this homeless person that's yelling and attacking people, on and on and on. I feel like I'm living in this neighborhood, it's like Beirut or something in the 1980s. I can't even walk out my door. I don't look at Nextdoor anymore, I just ignore it. I don't open it ever. Because I know that they've designed algorithmically to put that in front of you every single time so that you click on it, because we respond to that kind of stuff naturally. We can't help it. So you have to be able to shut that stuff up and look at what you can actually control in your life. So I've got this visceral dislike of what's going on in Ukraine, because I was in Ukraine recently and I feel I've identified very strongly with their struggle, right? And that outrage feeling, every time I read an article about it, it just drives me crazy. So the only thing is I stop reading as much as I can. I read things that are kind of rational and intelligent, and I send them money, and I donate as much as I can, and I help them practically. But I don't allow myself to get that kind of outraged feeling all of the time. So somebody has to write a book, somebody has to instruct us in what to ignore and what to actually pay attention to. So there are things that you can control, injustices that are out there that you could control by voting, by amassing a movement, by dealing with climate change, not by trying to recycle every little thing in your house, but actually doing something really much more macro in the world, joining a cause. There are things you can do, and that's positive, and that's a way of channeling that kind of dark energy in you for a positive purpose. But it's totally disruptive, and it totally distracts you and weakens you and drains you of energy to fall into those rabbit holes and let yourself fall into them. So you have to learn the art of what to ignore and what not to pay attention to, and understand that you're wired to see those kind of red alert buttons on Facebook or on Nextdoor or wherever they are. And it's negative. It's like a candy rush. You have to avoid it.
And it's taking us away from our purpose, which we each have. I mean, I think to me that's the most deleterious aspect.
Unless your purpose is to organize and be an activist. People ask me, I wrote a lot about in my Human Nature book about the shadow side of human nature. Right? We all have it. We all have the dark side. We all have hidden aggression. We all have feelings of envy. We all have feelings of grandiosity. We all have aggressive impulses. How do you deal with it? And I say the way to deal is to channel it into something positive and pro-social. And that can be putting it in your artwork, venting that anger and that outrage into something that people kind of can identify with. Or it can be in organizing something. That could be your purpose in life, in actually doing something positive. So that's the only way that you could actually use that energy for some kind of actual life's task or purpose.
Discussing lately a bit on some of your channels about masculine and feminine, let's say, roles, and crises of the masculine and feminine dance, as well as the crisis of masculinity per se, crisis of femininity per se. Do you care to expand on that a bit? I think we could probably take 3-4 hours to explore all this in full. But I was struck by some of the things that you said, because I agree completely that just as we are not given a roadmap when we arrive in the world as to how to find our purpose, I think there's also a very conflicted roadmap that's thrown in front of us, and indeed conflicting multiple roadmaps about what it means to be masculine or feminine or some combination of both, which of course everybody is some combination of both, just to varying degrees.
Well, so men have a feminine side to them, what we which if you try to repress it will come out in other ways. And women have a masculine side to them. I think Jung described this very well with the anima and the animus, which I think is extremely real. It's very, very confusing times for both men and for women right now. We don't know the roles that they're everything is just so fluid, and it's very, very difficult, particularly if you're young. So young women are getting this idea that everything should be equal and that women should have, and of course it's right, should be paid the same, should have the same career opportunities, there should be no prejudice or harassment or anything. But at the same time, on social media, it's all about looking perfect, and looks are incredibly important. And if you're not hot, you're in terrible trouble. And a lot of young girls are extremely confused by this. They're getting mixed signals, right? And boys are perhaps even worse circumstance where being masculine is seen as something negative. So we don't have any ideals out there anymore of what constitutes a good positive form of femininity and a good positive form of masculinity. In fact, we even think there shouldn't be anything like that. There's no such thing as being masculine or feminine, whatever. It's very, very confusing. And so, I think of masculine traits that I think are very positive, that should be out there to kind of counteract the sort of Andrew Tate seduction that a lot of young men are falling for. And it's a kind of an inner strength where you're sort of in control of your emotions. You're not invulnerable, et cetera, et cetera. But you can take criticism. You can take, you can have moments of failure and you'll bounce back. But you have a kind of inner resilience and a kind of inner strength, a kind of a quiet calm that I think used to be exemplified in movie icons like a Gary Cooper type thing, right? And that kind of sense of inner calmness where you're not hysterical, you're not getting upset about everything that happens, where you have a kind of an inner strength and a confidence, and you can withstand kind of what Ryan Holiday talks about a lot about with stoicism. You can withstand all of the hardships in life, but you have that citadel within you. Is a very, very powerful form of masculinity, as opposed to it's all about sleeping with a lot of women, having really fast cars, being abusive and being a bully, et cetera, et cetera. These are signs of weakness, of insecurity. And to be masculine should be a sense of security and inner confidence and inner strength, right? And that's what we should venerate in our culture, and we should have icons like that, okay? It doesn't mean that there's no role for men who are not masculine or who have more of the feminine virtues. There's definitely a role for that. And, we see a lot of that in all sorts of arenas of life. And then there should be a positive model for women, where instead of their appearances being judged by their appearances and having to conform to the ideals of what's hot or not, it's about being incredibly powerful and competent and have expertise in being really successful in your career, and as opposed to being continually judged by your appearances, which is very damaging. So these are terrible times. I mean, I feel fortunate that I grew up in a time where there were these kind of models for me to go by. And I think of my father, who was a very quiet man, and he was just a middle-class salesman is basically what he was. He just sold for his whole life. He sold chemical supplies for one company. But he was very dignified. He treated people well. He was very calm and very quiet, but he also was very empathetic. That was my role model for what I think is a good masculine energy. And I think a lot of people just don't have that, and they're very lost. And so I don't know what the answer is to that. I can't really produce that out of thin air, but I wish I could.
Well, certainly nowadays there are many more, say, examples and options of masculine and feminine qualities out there for observation because of social media and because of the internet. And as you pointed out before, a key feature to becoming a functional human being, especially nowadays, is learning what to ignore.
Yeah.
I mean, there's an interesting idea in the circles around nutrition and health that never before in human history have human beings been able to access such a wide variety of foods that are differ from what their ancestors ate. And I don't even mean ancient ancestors. I mean, if you grew up in the Bay Area, as I did in the 1970s and 80s, there were a few ethnic restaurants, but we ate the same, 15 or 20 foods over and over again.
Right.
And then eventually that exploded into dozens of options and more, and fusion foods and all sorts of things. And so there is this idea in the nutrition communities that we are not hardwired to think about and discern so many different food options that, that's, and to taste so many distinct flavors, whereas before people, one portion of the planet or country ate generally one way in a given season, their seasonality, et cetera, et cetera. In a similar vein, we are now, and children too are now overwhelmed with the number of different options of how to express oneself, both masculinity and femininity, but generally speaking. And so the question is then, how does one choose, right? How does one decide what's functional, what works, what's best, what's me, right? Everyone asking themselves, who am I, right? I think all teenagers, I find this fascinating, ask themselves, who am I? Adults don't tend to ask themselves that question, but who am I?
I still ask myself.
Okay, well, that's good. Maybe I should ask myself that more often. But I think that we clearly have gone over a cliff with this stuff. I don't think we're still at the point where we're kind of veering towards the edge of confusion. I think young people are really confused because the moment one assumes one clear and let's say balanced set of masculine feminine attributes, or maybe veers a bit more masculine or a bit more feminine, it's like there are a million examples telling you that that's wrong. And then sometimes has the tendency to anchor to, well, no, I'm right because this is who I am, and then all of a sudden you're in a larger battle. So, Gary Cooper's great, love his movies, but we now have a million variations on Gary Cooper that don't look anything like the Gary Cooper you and I are talking about, and a lot of people won't even know who we're talking about. But right, but that's perhaps but perhaps it illustrates the point. No, not that you're a dinosaur, but that there is no single or even set of masculine or feminine ideals. So picking role models is something that I really, truly internalized from your book, Mastery.
Yeah.
There were a lot of lonely years for me, and I won't get into the stories of just wondering, like, what am I going to do? I'm 13, my home was completely broken, no semblance of the reality it was before. Who are the males in my life I'm going to orient to? And fortunately for me, I assigned mentors to me, whether or not they knew it or not, that really helped me along. And I changed them up as you recommend. There wasn't one.
Yeah.
I understood there was a breaking up process, an integration process, combining and threading together different things. I truly believe that that's what's required. It doesn't have to be 100% Gary Cooper. It can be 10% Robert Greene, 10% someone else, 5% this, and creating a pie chart of sorts of, who one wishes to be in a given context. But that takes work. It takes a bit of work and discernment, but gosh, that's powerful. And really credit goes to you because you were a mentor of mine. You didn't even realize it in the way that you forge and organize information. And there were others. But Mastery is where I learned to do that. And this is not a podcast, it's a sales pitch for Mastery, but gosh, it really taught me, okay, I have a graduate advisor. She was wonderful and brilliant, but she didn't know how to explain a lot of things to me. So I'd find someone else for that.
Right.
And someone else for the other thing, and someone else for the other thing, and together create a patchwork of really excellent mentors that made a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
So I think there's a role for that process that you spell out in Mastery in the larger context of who to become as a person, and that includes masculine and feminine ideals.
Yeah, and it's an ongoing process throughout your life. So who you glommed onto when you were 14 or 15 will change when you're 19. I had a series of people like you're talking about. My high school English teacher who had an enormous impact on me, who taught me basically how to write. I internalized his voice. When I went to Berkeley, I had a professor there who became my kind of surrogate father at Berkeley, who I deeply admired for his level of scholarship. So he became kind of an intellectual role model. Later in life, when I finally wrote my first book, I met a man, Joost Elfers, who was a book packager who understood the business, etc. He kind of saved me. He was sort of my mentor for the next phase of my life. So on and on and on, I found people but they have positive qualities, qualities they admire. They're not perfect. Everyone is flawed. And so at some point, maybe you see too many of the flaws. You go on, I need somebody new in my life. But there's nothing wrong with that. It's not like you're violating any codes or hurting them. You move on to somebody else. But the sense of finding people whose qualities you admire, we don't learn from people just by following their ideas. We pick up their energy, their spirit. Now, you didn't necessarily pick up my energy or spirit from reading Master, although maybe you did, I don't know. But when you're interacting with that professor at Stanford or whatever, it's not just verbally, there's kind of a nonverbal communication going on. You're internalizing some of the positive qualities that you saw in them and finding these series of mentors, because I call it surrogate parents. You can't choose your father and mother, but you can choose these ideals for you. You can choose these mentors in your life. You can kind of rewrite your family history and find that father figure you never had by glomming onto this person. But it has to be the right fit. It has to be someone that you connect to emotionally and intellectually, that has the positive qualities you wish for yourself.
Well, I'll embarrass you perhaps by saying that since I was a freshman in college, which is really when I turned my academic life around and really my life around, I've maintained the same notebook with a list of names of people that I admire and who I'm trying to emulate in some way, not in every way, certainly. And certain names have been crossed off, but most of them have survived. And certainly after reading Mastery, your name made that list. And
I'm not being crossed off at some point.
no, not at all. Not at all. And through reading Mastery, there were additional names. I had the great misfortune of having all three of my academic advisors die, suicide, cancer, which sounds tragic. The joke in my field is you don't want me to work for you. That's what everyone says. But by being essentially scientifically orphaned, because there's a strong mentor-mentee relationship in science and progression through the career track, it forced me to go out and find other people and also to learn how to quote unquote mother and father myself in the context of profession. And I got a lot of help. But I can't emphasize enough how valuable that practice is. And so when one looks out on the landscape of social media options, I mean, these are literally just options of people to, we call it following, but it probably should be called something else because following, falls short of emulating or attempting to emulate. But I think that in the context of masculine and feminine ideals, this is so critical. But it's like the buffet of food is so enormous now, right? I mean, you've got every cuisine on the table,
And
so
we're
to speak.
not wired for that.
No.
And I know personally, I get very agitated and upset if I go to the market and I have to choose between 30 items and I have no idea what I want. It makes me really cranky and upset. Whereas if I know, okay, I cannot have this food, I can't have that, I'm only looking for this. Okay, it's easy, it doesn't take 2 hours, waste my time. Too much choice is very detrimental to the human being, I think. And that's why we're going back to what I originally said. When you have that sense of purpose about your life, about what's important, it not just affects your career, but it affects everything you do. So eating this food is going to drain me of my energy that I need to create this thing that means so much to me. And energy and feeling my brain active and alive is an incredibly important value. All right, I'm not going to eat all that sugar because it's bad for me, right? It means I'm not going to get outraged by these things on the internet because it's a waste of time. I can't do anything about it. It's just feeding on my, I forget the part of the brain that's like the amygdala or whatever, right? So no, I don't want to go there, right? And on and on and on. All these things in social media, yes, some of it's good. Some of it's interesting. I can follow Andrew Huberman's podcast and I enjoy that and I learn a lot from him. But a lot of these podcasts are useless. They're not helping me in any way. So it gives you this kind of filter and this radar to cut out those 100 different choices that drive us absolutely crazy. And I know maybe I'm a little bit, I don't know, I say that maybe I'm partially on the spectrum or something, but I can't stand too many choices. It completely drives me nuts. So I always have to kind of funnel my energy into something, to things that are productive. And having a sense of your purpose, whatever you discovered in your 20s, hopefully, gives you that ability to say, these are the positive role models I want in my life. These are the mentors. And the thing about following people on social media, it's so easy, it's just a click, it doesn't mean anything. A mentor relationship takes work. It takes courage because you have to actually go up to somebody and physically ask for their help. And a lot of people write to me saying, I'm afraid of asking this important, powerful person to be their mentee, right? So it involves a sense of social courage where you have to literally engage with another human being who you admire and think is powerful. So it's building your social skills, etc. But it's a skill you develop. You can't just follow someone. You can't just watch their lectures. You have to engage with them, and you have to get over some of your fears and your anxieties in the process.
Yeah, I might add to it. I think everything you said is absolutely true. I think engaging in the various tools that they recommend is immensely helpful. Like I think hearing about a book is great. Reading a book is even better. Thinking about a book that you read is even better than that. And then writing down your own ideas and writing a book, well, that's the big win, right? And that's what the world, I believe, that's what the universe wants from us. Not necessarily to write a book, but translate what I just said to any number.
You want to be able to think for yourself, right? So you're not just absorbing ideas from other people and kind of mimicking them and kind of just learning the exteriors of their ideas. You want to kind of digest them and then have them slowly become your own ideas by interacting, by creating, by putting them through your own lens. So someday, it's a book stirring in me, is the art of thinking, how to use that kind of process and go deeper into it. And I talked a lot about it in one of my podcasts, which might be the seed of a book. But it's the difference between dead thinking and alive thinking. Ideas can be either alive or they can be dead. And an alive idea is something that enters your brain, an external source, a philosopher, an article, somebody you admire, somebody you hate. And then you absorb it and you think about it and you decide, I'm going to turn it around into this and I'm going to make it alive, make it something that's part of it. Another part of an alive idea is you have an idea that comes to you about a book or a project or something about the world, and you go, maybe that's not actually true. Maybe the opposite is true. And you go through a process and you cycle through it on and on, and you reflect on it and you refine this idea. And maybe it turns into its opposite. And through the process of reflecting and correcting and revising it, you turn it into something living, something alive within you, right? On and on and on. And what prevents people from going through that process, which would be the subject of my book, is basically anxiety. Because I think how you handle anxiety is the most important kind of quality in life. It'll determine whether you will be successful, whether you will find your career path, whether you won't be able to. I don't know if you follow that idea at all. But anxiety is a signal to you that you don't understand something, that there's a problem out there that you can't resolve. And so what happens to most people if you're insecure is you glom onto something instant and easy to get rid of your feeling of anxiety. I don't understand this problem. Oh, it must be A. A must be the answer because this person said that, right? And so you don't develop the ability to think. You don't develop the ability to go to the next level. So if you take that anxiety and you go, all right, maybe A is the answer. And then you start going through A and then you go, no, maybe A isn't the answer. Maybe B is the answer. You're able to surmount your anxiety and go past it and further and further and further. You don't rush for the first available answer that's out there. Right? You're able to go through a process of refining things. And so in your career, if you're anxious for success, if you're anxious for money, you're going to make the wrong choices. But if you're able to deal with that anxiety and say, maybe I have to think more deeply about where I'm going, I have to come up with other alternatives, then you're going to make a much better choice. So if you're a creative person, it's very, very challenging to have that blank piece of paper before you, that book that you haven't written, that film or whatever. You're filled with a lot of anxiety and you have to deal with it. And if you're able to turn it into something creative and productive, then great things will happen. You'll create a masterpiece. So the ability to deal with anxiety and to not give in to the most instant gratification that you can get is to me a marker of somebody who will be creative and will invent something as opposed to people who just recycle old and dead ideas.
Amen to that. I was once told that anxiety makes children of us all, and not in the positive sense of being childlike. It regresses us to a mode where we feel a complete lack of control. And I completely agree that being able to manage anxiety and dance with it, because we can't rid ourselves of it.
No.
Perhaps nor should we, right? Because it's a signal, as you point out, that we don't understand something, that there's something to get curious about,
Right.
A process or something out there, or both. I think that really resonates.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people will benefit from hearing that, because I think we hear the word flow and we just all imagine. I even catch myself imagining that, when Robert Greene sits down to write, it's like there's a blank sheet and then he just kind of meditates and then boom, out come these books. But if I get realistic for a second, I'm sure that there's a lot of inner turmoil and
Oh my
anxiety.
God, you have no idea. So my process is 95% pain and maybe 2.5% ecstasy. And I don't know what the other 2.5% would be. But so I write a story, because in my new book and most of my books, I always begin with a story from history, etc. It is so bad. I can't believe how bad, how flat it is, how it sucks. I'm so embarrassed. I hate myself. And I go and I dig into it and I start changing the words and I start making it a little bit better. The second version is kind of palatable, but it still sucks. If I let it out into the world, it'd be very embarrassing. It's anxious, and my wife can tell you I'm a miserable being when that happens. Everything looks black to me at that point. And I push through it. So if I gave in to my anxiety, and this happens with a lot of books and writers, I would just put out that second version, which isn't very good. It isn't very strong. It isn't thought through, because my ideas, when I look at them the first time, I go, that's not real. That's not the actual thing that's going on here, Robert. You've missed the mark. You want to hit what's actually real in that story. So you have to go deeper and deeper and harder and harder and harder. So I don't just give up and go, here's the chapter. I go, it's got to be better. It's got to be better. Until finally, after 2 months of struggling, it seems like it's gotten to the place that I want it to be in, right? But I use that anxiety to keep improving and making better. And then when I reach that point and the story is good enough and I can let my wife read it and then my editor, I feel great. I have that 2% moment of joy. But it came through all of that anxiety. But I can tell you, the feeling of fulfillment when I finish a chapter is pretty damn great. When I finish a book, it's better than any kind of drug experience anyone could ever have. It's such a wonderful feeling of accomplishment and pushing past all the barriers, So my process involves a lot of anxiety and dealing. That's why I'm talking about it. I want to write a book about it.
Thank you for sharing that. I'm attempting to write a book and have been for several years, and now I feel a little bit better, but clearly I need to ratchet down harder. But in other domains of life, I am familiar with the experience of tons of anxiety and just, okay, I'm going to just get to this one milestone and then I'll figure out the next milestone. But even that process of saying, okay, I'm going to break this down into milestones itself is anxiety provoking.
Sure.
It's just that at some point it generates enough inertia that you
does.
just sort of stumble forward into the process and then
Right.
keep going. So try not to bloody oneself
That's right.
too much.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people will benefit from hearing about that. In fact, I'm certain they will. So speaking of anxiety, you have a clip on the internet that we will provide a link to in the show note captions, which I think is absolutely fabulous, about how to find a romantic partner and or get more out of an existing romantic partnership.
I don't even remember what I said. You're going to have to remind me.
Oh, it's so good. One point in particular that I remember that I think is oh so true is that there needs to be at least one and probably several points of like real convergence in terms of one's interests or likes that go beyond like what food somebody likes or what type of house they want to live in, but that actually traces back to these early forms of delight. And you mentioned that for you, and therefore presumably your partner, that a mutual love and respect for animals happens to be one of those things within the context of your relationship, right? But not that a love for animals is required.
For me, it sure as hell is.
Right, exactly.
I could never go out with a woman who didn't love animals.
Right. My sister used to tease me that if a woman gave me a birthday card or a card that had a drawing of a particular animal, which I'm particularly fond of, I have an older sister, and she used to say, "Oh no, it's over. He's gone." That it would, fortunately, it's not that simple.
Yeah.
But there's some truth to what she was saying. It's certainly it's necessary, but not
Yeah.
sufficient. But maybe you could elaborate a little bit on this notion of convergent interest and contrast it with a lot of what people tend to hear and say about what's important in partnership. Because I think this is something that a lot of people grapple with, both in terms of finding a partner and in terms of building partnership.
Well, you have to, there's different relationships you can have. I mean, do you want like a 1 week, a 1 month relationship, or are you looking for something longer, more satisfying that will entail, maybe years of being together? And, people can get very boring very quickly, right? Particularly if you can't have a conversation with them about subjects that interest you. And so you mentioned animals. Animals is a very good example because I'm not saying that you both have to be Democrats or Republicans. That's too banal and superficial. But the love of animals reaches into your character, reaches something deep inside of you, or your dislike of animals. That happens to be the case. But it signals something about it that's so primal, that's so connected to a child, that there's going to be a deep connection there. And it's not like you have to both love cats, which is good if that happens to be the case, which is animals in general. You love their energy. You love the fact that they're innocent in their own way. You love the fact that they're not playing games with you. You love the kind of instant love you can get from them. And you connect to them on that level is a very, very positive sign because it goes beyond just intellectual things into something emotional and visceral. So really, the emotional connections, the values that you have together are very important. Money is another one that's extremely important. So one is incredibly material oriented. It's all about money is power and success and comfort. And the other isn't really into it, isn't just spending money, etc. A lot of people have endless fights over something like money, right? Where there's no convergence there. And money signals a deeper value about the person. So there's anything wrong if money motivates you. I'm not moralizing about it, because that can signal a value that maybe you grew up without it, and that feeling comfortable, feeling like you don't have to worry about something is very, very important to you. And them not being interested in money reveals something about your character. So I'm telling people, you want to look at the person's character and see a kind of convergence there, something that can last. And I remember I was reading one of my books about Franklin Delano Roosevelt and Eleanor Roosevelt. And the thing of it was, Franklin Delano Roosevelt was this incredibly handsome, vibrant young man before he got polio. Very active, very athletic, very handsome. All of the women were after him. He was like the perfect match. He was wealthy. And Eleanor Roosevelt was like the ugly duckling. She wasn't very pretty. She was kind of socially awkward. He saw into her character. He saw intellectually she was a match for him. He saw that they had kind of similar interests on that level that I'm talking about that go beneath just the surfaces. And he chose Eleanor, and everyone was shocked about it. Nobody was trying to court Eleanor. I forget her last name. I think she might have been Roosevelt. So it was very shocking. He said, I looked at somebody who I could last with, who had some qualities that were much more important, and it ended up being a very satisfying relationship. Of course, later on he had doubts, so it wasn't perfect, but it was a very positive relationship. So seeing your values in life, when it comes to like money, when it comes to comfort or lack of comfort. Some people like not being comfortable. They like being on the edge. They want challenges. They want to move city to city, kind of thing. And if you partner with somebody who just wants to live in the same house, you're going to have conflict after conflict after conflict. The sex might be great, and that might be good for a month or 2 months. I have nothing against that. I'm not going to judge that either. But it won't lead to a long-lasting relationship. Sports and athletics are another thing. This is someone that likes the outdoors. This is someone who's, like Zsa Zsa Gabor has to be in Times Square, in a penthouse in Manhattan, kind of thing. So values that reach inside of a character that are deeply ingrained, that you can almost not change, you can't control, that there's a convergence there on several levels, is a sign that you can have a deep connection with that person. It's very important. And if those connections are good and there's a physical attraction, because without the physical attraction, it will kind of fizzle out. You've got a recipe for incredible success, for something that can really last. And having a lasting relationship, as I've had, is such an anchor in your life. For me, for someone who works as hard as I do, and hopefully for her as well, it just grounds me and it makes life so much simpler, easier, and it's not just simple and easy. There's a lot of love and a great deal of deeper emotions involved. But having a long-term relationship, if you can have it, is something that pays off so many dividends. So being able to find that kind of convergence. When I first met my wife, I had a cat at the time. I'd always been a dog person, but this was a cat I had, and I loved that cat.
Hello,
Such a wonderful
PPS.
cat. I brought her over to my
Ticket
work.
for a purchase.
I wanted to see her reaction to the cat.
Placement hold
It's a
left.
gentleman.
How can I go about doing this?
Women who don't like cats, I don't get along with, right? Because there's something feline in the feminine nature that I love. She loved my cat. Boy, that was the best sign of all. Things just blossomed. And she loved me for loving a cat. So there was a great
Hi,
convergence
Tony.
right there.
I just
So there were
with our purchase.
Love that story. And everything you just said
Helpline.
suggests,
I will.
I believe that in order to find
Hopefully,
the right partner, build an existing partnership that hopefully feels at least partially right to people, that it requires at least some knowing of self. Because unless you know your character, one's own character, then it's impossible to really determine if somebody else's character is going to mesh well with it or not.
self-awareness is actually the most important quality in life for all aspects. But yeah, if we go by social pressures, a man will choose a trophy wife who looks sexy and hot, and will impress all of his male friends, etc., etc. You go by the things that culture tells you that these are the right images for you, right? And then there won't be any connection to you because you're choosing for purposes that don't connect to who you are. And so you have to know yourself. You have to know what you love. You have to know what you hate. I think most people know that they love animals or don't love animals. I think most people know that they like stability or they like things to be kind of slightly chaotic. I don't think you have to go through deep levels of introspection. But what you have to do is when you're involved in a relationship, you have to think that those things matter. That's the problem. You tend to think that those things matter. You think that sex matters more than anything, physical attraction matters. Or you think that the person having a lot of money matters, etc., etc. You don't think that this other aspect is important. If you value what I'm talking about, then your self-awareness will kick in because you really basically know these essential basic parts of character.
People sometimes get distracted by admiration of qualities that they might find admirable, but that don't mesh with their own character. I've seen this many times before, where someone will say, someone will start listing off the positive attributes of the person that they happen to be dating. Like, he does this, blank, blank, and blank. She does this. He volunteers, etc. And that's all great. Volunteering for good causes, I'm in support of that. But then, what they're overlooking often, it seems, is whether or not that's core value for them, or whether or not it's just something that they admire. I hear a lot of admiration in the early days of relationships that later I hear about failing. And what you're talking about is something deeper, more aligned with one's own sense of self, and it almost leads me to use the word, sort of we're about energetics. It's like merging of people's energies, which sounds very New Age. That's not my intention, but I think it relates to something that we do hear a lot about, and I think is valid, which is how it feels to be around somebody in different contexts. Like, do we feel at ease? Do we feel a lightness and ability to express ourselves, and do we enjoy and admire them in their expression, as opposed to just admiring what they do? They've accomplished blank, blank, and blank. Right? They've manifested these qualities that I wish I had, and aspire to have, which is very different than a meshing of energies.
Also, there are a couple of other things. You have to understand their character as well. People can be very deceptive, very slippery, and can wear masks. One telling sign that I've noticed in my own relationships in the past is that the woman would be a certain way with me that I thought was very good and I liked. And then the moment we were with other people, she acted in a way that was very irritating. It was like a different character. And I really kind of fell out of love with her when I saw her in social interactions. She revealed, so with me, she was almost wearing a mask and playing a game. But the moment she entered a different circumstance, I saw another aspect to her character. So you also have to be very attentive to their character, what lies underneath, that they have some of these values. They're not just trying to win you over.
Hi, we're Visible. We're the wireless company with nothing to hide. Seriously, hidden fees? We don't have them. Annual When marketers fail to differentiate their customers, the results can be scary. This customer is full of shoppers who haven't bought from you in a long time.
It's been a long time.
With MailChimp, you can create highly personalized marketing across email and SMS to win back shoppers.
I'm back, baby.
Turn lost customers into repeat customers with Intuit MailChimp.
people just know that the best rate for you is a rate based on you, not Paul. You don't want to ride with Paul. Get a rate based on you with Drive Rides and the Allstate app.
Food for work has to work. That's why there's Easy Cater. 100,000 restaurants, one platform. With easy online ordering and reordering. So you can get food for work without the work. Start an order at easycater.com.
Hyundai Kona versus Subaru Crosstrek. Look what Kona has and what Crosstrek doesn't. Hyundai Kona wins every time. This is a cluster full of browsers who aren't buying.
Just browsing.
With MailChimp, marketers can target these browsers using real-time behavior data to personalize product recommendations and discount offers. Turn browsers into buyers with Intuit MailChimp.
A Verbo is for sharing all kinds of moments. From teeing off to spilling the tea. Because with a Verbo, it's always just you, your people, and no one else.
Totalmente, llámame, con un plan ilimitado desde 25 al mes.
Get Samsung Galaxy A15 5G on us when you switch. Total by Verizon.com. Just because a hotel says it's dog friendly doesn't mean a dog will find it very friendly. Get an Airbnb that's friendly for everyone.
Good luck. Good luck.
You can make money the hard way as a bullfighter, or save money with Xfinity Mobile. Connect to America's most reliable 5G network. Get a free line of unlimited intro for a year when you buy one unlimited line. Visit XfinityMobile.com today to learn more.
We started our company, Girls Who Do Interiors, before we even graduated design school. And we turned to Chase for Business to build along with us. They had everything from banking to payment acceptance to credit cards all in one place. And with the Chase mobile app, our business is wherever we are. It's made for business owners who build to inspire. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours.
Real customers compensated. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
We started our company, Girls Who Do Interiors, before we even graduated design school. and we turned to Chase for Business to build along with us. They had everything from banking to payment acceptance to credit cards all in one place. And with the Chase mobile app, our business is wherever we are. It's made for business owners who build to inspire. Learn more at chaseforbusiness.com. Make more of what's yours.
Real customers compensated. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member of FDIC.
Recently, and for no reason at all, I asked Mint Mobile's legal team if big wireless companies are allowed to raise prices due to inflation. They said yes. And then when I asked if raising prices technically violates those onerous 2-year contracts, they said, "What the f*** are you talking about, you insane Hollywood ass? Do you know how big their legal department is, face?" So to recap, Mint is actually lowering prices on every plan to just $15 a month. And I will stay the hell out of the legal department.
Question: would you build a website for a major brand with more than 200 million users using Wix? Well, we did.
Hi, I'm Sivan. I'm an R&D manager here at Wix. Today I want to show you how we use our own platform, creating some pretty complex functionalities that may surprise you. First, all of our web pages are built on Wix. They get a huge amount of traffic. Users that sign up to Wix come with all kinds of needs and goals. So to match them with the best solution, Find your balance at Element Hotels.
Is it possible to count on my internet, like my customers count on me?
With reliable internet from Comcast Business, it's happening.
Get started for $49 a month. Plus, ask how to get up to an $800 prepaid card with a qualifying gig bundle. Don't wait, call and switch today.
you.